All right, good morning, everybody. Today we're going to get into some 9/11, and I found this song on Clearly's channel, and I put it on Lady Lacy Favorites playlist on my YouTube. So you're more than welcome to go check out this playlist of mine, and don't forget to sub to all these videos and channels. But here we go.
You guys are retarded blow. You're no good, and the globes are joke. Fighting geeks and battling weasels. No rotation of 1 5 degrees. The time has come to save life. You guys are bent, and you don't care. The time has come. A fake's a fake. It belongs to them. Let's give it back. How do you think that the world is turning? How do you sleep while your walls are burning? How can you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your walls are burning? Time has come to save that flag. You guys are dead now, you don't care. Bladder scales and Cuckolds too. Broken toys, the Yindamoo. The western desert lives and breathes. A rotation of 1 5 degrees. The time has come to save black. You guys are bent, and you don't care. The time has come. A fake's a fake. It belongs to them. Let's give it back. How can you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your balls are burning? How can you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your balls are burning? The time has come to save that flag. You guys are bent and you don't care. The time has come. A fake's a fake. It belongs to them. Let's give it back. How can you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your balls are burning?
God just wants me on par, man. The time comes. I learn something new every day. I don't know. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. A month ago, I couldn't have done this.
One.
So whenever they're seeing you, are we in the corner? Good grandma.
You guys are retarded blow. You're no good, and the gloves are show. Fighting geeks and battling weasels. The rotation of 1 5 degrees. The time has come to save last flag. You got something, and you don't care. The time has come. A fake's a fake. It belongs to them. Let's give it back. How do you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your balls are burning? How can you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your balls are burning? The time has come to save that flag. You guys are dead now, you don't care. Bladder scales and Cuckolds too. Broken toys, the Yindalu. The western desert lives and breathes. The rotation of 1 5 degrees. The time has come to save black flag. You guys are men, and you don't care. Time has come. A fake's a fake. It belongs to them. Let's give it back. How can you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your balls are burning? How can you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your balls are burning? The time has come to save that flag. You guys are dead and you don't care. The time has come. A fake's a fake. It belongs to them. Let's give it back. How can you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your balls are burning?
Earlier today, we visited the sky and we looked at the chemtrails they were laying out, or contrails, or whatever they had at the time. But now, let's check back and compare what we saw earlier to what we see now. It's absolutely amazing. I'm not really sure what they're trying to do. I mean, it's hot out here. It's like 80 degrees. I mean, the sun is very strong.
I thought this
There's a cool
video was
breeze,
interesting because he called it Flat Earth
because it
Chemtrails
is March,
in
but
2008.
the heat of the sun
This is
just
on my
overwhelms that
playlist.
cool air
Playlist
temperature.
channel. I just noticed this today.
And they're
It
just streaking
was
the sky like crazy.
totally
all the way-
fascinating.
all the way through here, all the way back there. But then again,
My name is Bud. To me, the reason you check a few days. My name is Bud. It's always bad. Cause I'm most boring sons of bitch you've ever seen. I dress in blue, yes, navy blue. From head to toe, rather except my baby shoes. I make them shine most of the time. Except today my feet were trying to fall by this friend of mine. 6'2" and rude as hell. Gotta get him in the ground before he starts to smell. My name is Mud. Mommy, I don't wish you still a doctor and a carpet that's long for mud. So I've been told that by this son's a bitch lies before me floating blue and gold. I got my pride, I drink my wine. I drink only the fine, except I haven't earned a dime in several months, wood years. Breath on that basket could bring any man to tears. We had our words, comment spat. So I kissed him upside the cranium with that aluminum baseball bat. My name is Bud. My name is Bud. My name is Bud.
With us tonight, as he has been on various occasions during the day. I think it's been 33 hours since the terrible and unprecedented attack on the United States. There is, as we've said, an enormous search and rescue operation, an enormous and intense criminal investigation, and we're just beginning to understand the extent of the catastrophe.
From ABC News World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with Peter Jennings.
Well, of course, it is part of our continuing coverage, and we'll try to do, as I said, something of an ordered World News Tonight, which will last not for half an hour, but for an hour in many parts of the country. Today we have somewhat of a clearer sense of the scope of what is involved in recovering from this catastrophe, which occurred in the country yesterday. We have significant new details to report. late this afternoon in Lower Manhattan. You heard just a few minutes ago, those of you who are on the full network, about the remaining portions of the South Tower at the World Trade Center coming down. This caused a serious measure of concern, one could add, panic in certain parts of southern New York, because people did not understand completely what was happening. But what you're looking at here is the evacuation of the rescue workers today, this afternoon, in that particular area. Now, the White House spokesman Ari Fleischer has said today that the White House and Air Force One were also targets. We'll investigate that. ABC News has learned that investigators believe they've identified all 12 of the people who hijacked the 4 planes. And several people in Florida and in the Boston area have been detained and certainly questioned in connection with the attacks. At the Pentagon today, this was a very moving scene this afternoon. Rescue workers unfurled a large American flag from the roof of the building, their way, in part, we think, of welcoming President Bush, who paid a visit to this afternoon. We'll have that. The president, in a meeting of his cabinet this morning, said the U.S. was committed to a monumental struggle of good versus evil, and it is not yet clear how the U.S. is going to respond or against whom. As you have seen repeatedly throughout the day, a cloud still hangs over Lower Manhattan tonight, just south of our newsroom here. A few people have been pulled from the rubble that was the World Trade Center. The news from there, we have to tell you, you can look at it and understand, is very grim indeed. We went to the scene today, and with hope, one doctor told us, and he came out with a feeling of despair. Many people are believed dead. Nobody wants to put a number on it. We know how many people worked in the area. We do know that the numbers at the Pentagon are lower than certainly were estimated in the public arena yesterday, and that is as far as we got with those numbers, but we'll come back to them. Throughout the day, we have been getting the first reasonable clues as the result of the investigation as to who may have been responsible. So we're going to start this World News tonight with a report from ABC's Brian Ross.
Peter, the investigation is moving with great speed, with new developments even as we speak at this hour. FBI agents are dusting for prints at the Dulles airport. They've carried out a search warrant at a boarding house in Hollywood, Florida. And in Germany, police in Hamburg are active tonight. From Boston to Florida, heavily armed FBI agents and local police moved quickly and forcefully today to investigate what the Attorney General called acts of war.
The Department of Justice has undertaken perhaps the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America.
As at this hotel in Boston, agents were looking for evidence of the terrorist movements and seeking to unravel what was an elaborate network that operated undetected for more than a year before yesterday's coordinated attacks.
The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats.
Starting last night, the FBI seized a car left at the Boston airport that led them to the identity of one of the estimated 12 terrorist hijackers, an Egyptian national by the name of Mohammed Atta.
We also have identified through a number of leads, principally at the cities of origin, a number of individuals whom we believe may have had something to do with the hijackings, and we are pursuing those leads aggressively.
By this morning, agents were at a small airport in Venice, Florida, where Atta and an accomplice took flying lessons and earned private pilot's licenses in the summer of 2000. A fellow student said the two had lots of money and kept to themselves.
They were talking about flying for a private company like Richmond and stuff like that.
The 2 men stayed at a nearby house where they were remembered as rude and unlikable.
Very sarcastic, and it gave me the impression that they didn't really care that highly for ladies or whoever, and that's about it.
Also today, authorities were tracking another set of 6 hijackers who were believed to have entered the country from Canada at a small border crossing in Jackman, Maine. The men are then believed to have flown into Boston on commuter flights yesterday morning from Bangor and Portland, Maine, with the thought of clearing security at the smaller airports instead of Boston.
each one was carrying some type of small shoulder bag, not a real bulky one, but something small. Both kind of dark complected, dark hair.
Peter, there are dozens of leads FBI agents are working on. No one has been arrested, but several people have been detained for questioning. By one estimate, as many as 50 people may have been involved in helping provide the network for the terrorists to operate in this country over the last year. Peter.
Very much, Brian Ross, who's been working on the investigation. I don't think anybody's been working harder on this investigation than John Miller has, who has been with us day and night on this. So take this and enlarge it or add to it as you will, in terms of what we really think is going on today.
Well, the roundup, and I don't mean the roundup of people, the roundup of what's going on in the investigation. 3 are being held in Boston. We'll get back to them. 3 were arrested or detained. There are some semantics here. From a train in Providence, Rhode Island, being held on immigration charges.
This is where Amtrak was actually stopped and people were taken off and people were
federal agents boarded the plane, identified these people and have detained them. FBI agents in Newark are looking for the trail of several men they believe who departed on that flight from Newark to San Francisco. So what you see is the FBI is assuming that there are 12 to 25 or 26 hijackers, depending on if each flight had 3 or 6, are presumed dead in the crashes. But they are seeing traces that there were other people, associates, support people left behind. Now, what they're doing is something they've done before, right around the Millennium celebration, when they felt that there was an imminent attack. They used the immigration laws to sweep out through Boston, again, ironically, and other cities and pick up people who were on their watch lists, who they had information and tips about. Today in Boston, you see this dramatic scene unfolding. A heavily armed Boston SWAT team entering the Westin Hotel just off Boylston Street in Copley Plaza. This came about when FBI agents followed the paper trail from that car at the airport, the car they believe the hijackers used, to a hotel. They were not expecting to find anyone in the hotel room. To their surprise, as they approached to conduct a search, 3 people came out of the room, 2 women and a man. They put them in custody to identify them, to question them, and ultimately they are also being detained on an immigration charge. Searched the room. What they found inside, no explosives, pamphlets, papers though, and they said hair dye, which they are suggesting may have been used by some of their suspects to change their appearance so that they wouldn't appear to be as they were described by hotel workers.
One of the things that seems to me to be a change from yesterday today, we have this huge failure in intelligence yesterday knowing this was happening, but if everything we're getting today is reasonably solid, then the leaving of the trail by the perpetrators has enabled law enforcement to move pretty quickly.
I would say so. And what you see here is the things they learned in Florida, that they obtained pilot's licenses, that they went for higher grades of pilot license, some of the time invested here, that they left this car behind in Boston after having an argument, that they registered under the same name as the paper trail. Of course, suicide bombers are not generally concerned with the trail that they leave. They don't have to worry about being caught by the law. But what the law is hoping, the FBI and the intelligence community, is that they will get associates who had knowledge, who aided or abetted, and that from those people they'll glean a better look into who is really behind this. And that's why this is geared up with such energy now.
Thanks very much, John Miller, who has been with us throughout the day, will be with us throughout the evening. I think the most startling thing we heard today was that the White House, in the person of the president's spokesperson, said that the White House itself was actually a target of one of the groups of terrorists on one of the aircraft. And that takes us immediately to the White House and ABC's Terry Moran. Terry, there's that, and then we'll come in a minute to the president's visit to the Pentagon this afternoon. Start with the message that the White House might have been a target.
It was as clear as could be, Peter, because today Ari Fleischer at the briefing said that the White House in this investigation had developed what he called specific and credible information that the White House and Air Force One were intended targets. And then Ari Fleischer went on to say that this investigation had led them to believe that the plane that hit the Pentagon was actually originally intended to hit the White House. This opens a whole raft of questions, but let me take you back to those harrowing moments about 34 hours ago. The White House was being evacuated. First, White House staffers told to leave the building in an orderly fashion, and then an agent coming in, we are told, and saying, no, just run, just get out. And you can see that people did exit the building very, very quickly. At this time, as the White House was being evacuated, the President of the United States was in Sarasota, Florida, and he took off from Sarasota, originally intending to come back to the Washington area, to Andrews Air Force Base. The plane was diverted to Barksdale Air Force Base outside of Shreveport in Louisiana. And the White House says Air Force One itself was a target. ABC's Ann Compton was on that flight. She said it flew at an unusually high altitude, 40,000 feet. When it landed in Shreveport, reporters on board were told not to let people know where they were. The president made a statement there and then took off for Nebraska. And while they were in the air, they were accompanied by fighter jets off of each wing. This dramatic evidence of the level of threat that the Secret Service and military authorities believed that the president was under.
Now, Terry, as we talked a little earlier today, you pointed out that there isn't much other business being done at the White House today, and there hasn't been much else done in the Congress as well. But the president did want to go over to the Pentagon to express his sentiments to the people there, and he did so just a short while ago.
Yes, he did. In fact, he is still there, we are told. The president remains inside the building now. A little while ago, he went to the Pentagon and toured the damage and the destruction with Secretary Rumsfeld. He told the rescue workers who were assembled there that he was overwhelmed by the destruction that he saw. He told them that he was grateful to everybody who was working there heroically, as he said, to search and rescue if there was any rescue to be done. He also thanked Americans for giving blood in the numbers that they have. He said being there made him sad and made him angry. He said the United States will not be cowed by this act and that we will go on, echoing the kinds of comments he's made throughout. This was a visit that we are told he wanted to make in spite of what we are told are continuing concerns about the president's security.
Thank you very much, Terry Moran at the White House. We'll be back to you throughout the evening. Now let us turn to the two crime scenes themselves, the Pentagon and New York itself, but particularly New York, where everybody continues to believe that there has been a huge loss of life and nobody really wants to or is in a position to say so. But ABC's Diane Sawyer has been monitoring this and covering this all day long. Diane, what's the current situation and what has the day really been like?
Well, Peter, first let me tell you that I've come up here on this roof about 4 blocks from the World Trade Center because I want to talk first maybe about a purely symbolic casualty. I'm going to send you 2 postcards. Here is a postcard of the skyline of New York as everybody has known it up till 2 days ago. And here is a postcard of the skyline as it is now. I also heard down on the ground some worrying news. They are talking about 4 buildings now, 4 additional buildings in shaky condition. The one they're most worried about is the giant Millennium Hotel. We know that yesterday night the windows had all melted in it, and they're saying now it is in a worrying condition. If it should collapse, think of what it's going to add to the work of the rescue teams as they try to sift through all the debris. Earlier, I know you reported and you showed everybody what it was like here when the rest of World Trade Center Tower number 1 went down, that spiny metal cathedral that was standing and groaning last night when I went down there to see it. It collapsed. People were terrified. They were racing from the scene. And of course, as you said earlier, smoke is now just cascading over all of Manhattan. And there are health advisories about the asbestos, plastic, and smoke in the air. Now, the casualty figures that you have talked about, the grim ones, we have been calling, we have been searching. Here's all I can tell you at this point. 11,000 people reportedly at local hospitals. 2,000 of what they're calling the walking wounded ferried over to New Jersey for treatment there. We're talking about the 55 known dead in addition to the 266 who were on the planes. We keep calling and saying, do you have any sense at all how many people have been reported missing? No sense at all how many people have been reported missing, as now the 3,000 to 5,000 rescue workers, teams of dogs, metal detectors, sound detectors, people looking for just the sound of somebody scratching on metal are out there trying to find people still in the field. And in just a few minutes, I'm going to take you down on the field and show you some of these emotional stories from the rescue workers there. But I'll tell you, Peter, if you want another symbol, It was the police officer who was downstairs on the curb as I came up, head in his hands, tears in his eyes, and he just looked up and said, "It's just too tough." Peter.
Thanks very much, Diane Sawyer. And as Diane makes clear, we're going to go back to her before very long. Today at the Pentagon, the Secretary of Defense, Don Rumsfeld, said that earlier estimates, and these were estimates made by non-Pentagon officials, that up to 800 people had perished in the Pentagon, were too high. Let's try to get the Pentagon in perspective now. Here's ABC's John Yang.
Thank everybody. When the sun rose this morning, the firefighters and rescue workers were still on the job, just as they had been for nearly 24 hours.
There's a lot of steel, there's a lot of concrete, glass, wood, metal rebar that's protruding from the building. It's very warm outside. Those all added together with the destruction itself kind of heightens the situation inside.
They work 12-hour shifts, and the work is gruesome.
It's worse than they thought it was going to be. Stepping over things that they assume are bodies that they don't know for a fact because it's so dark on the inside.
The collapse of part of the Pentagon left about 100 military personnel missing, while the number of missing civilians is unknown. Officials hope the death toll will be much lower than the 800 projected yesterday.
From everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high, and we certainly pray that that's the case.
Some stories of the missing have happy endings. Hospital officials called Michael Kurtz about his badly burned wife.
I came in teary-eyed. I didn't recognize my wife of 31 years.
Others are still waiting for answers. Herman Hallman's wife is among the missing.
Nobody could give me a direct, information. They said, call this hospital, call that hospital. These are the 5 hospitals that we took people to.
In the fraternity of fire and rescue workers, the men and women toiling here at the Pentagon also felt the loss of yesterday's attacks. They had often worked at disasters around the world, with the New York City firefighters and rescuers killed when the World Trade Center towers collapsed. The loss, they say, makes them redouble their efforts.
Our job is here and our job is now, so we continue to do that, if nothing else, to memorialize the greatness of these men and women that were killed yesterday.
It is a job that will only intensify in the coming days. John Yang, ABC News, the Pentagon.
And the president, of course, did see that flag because he was over at the Pentagon a short while ago and did see the flag which the firefighters had hung on the side of the building which he was going to visit. The Transportation Secretary said today that the government is going to allow very limited air travel to resume, and by this, Mr. Manettam means travelers whose flights were diverted during or immediately after the attacks in New York and in Washington may continue on their routes. But the country's air system is still very much in jeopardy. ABC's Lisa Stark, ABC's Lisa Stark covers aviation for us. Thanks very much, Lisa.
Well, Peter, we had hoped early in the day that sometime around noon Eastern time, the Federal Aviation Administration would reopen the nation's airspace. Airlines could start resuming some sort of scheduled service. As the day went on, it was clear that was not to be, that the security measures were simply not in place yet to allow that to happen. So as you've reported, as of tonight, we have only very limited air service here in the United States.
Today, virtually the only planes moving were flights diverted from their original destinations, including some that had been forced to land in Canada. Other passengers at airports around the United States were told they were going nowhere. At Dallas-Fort Worth, there was frustration from passengers and airline employees.
It's been suspended by the FAA indefinitely. Now, indefinitely maybe is tomorrow morning. It may be 2 weeks from now.
On a normal travel day, there are as many as 40,000 flights in the United States. On this day, as planes sat parked on the ground, many of the major airports were deserted. This was Los Angeles International. At Washington's National Airport, passengers were escorted in to collect luggage they had not been able to get yesterday. The delay in resuming air travel is due to stringent new security measures that airports and airlines must first put in place. They include an explosives check before airports reopen, no curbside check-in, ticketed passengers only allowed at the gates, a ban on all knives on planes, and planes will be thoroughly searched before passengers are allowed on board.
I know that all Americans want us to move as quickly and prudently as possible to return our national airspace system to normal. And we will, as soon as we can do so safely.
No doubt these security measures will lead to significant delays. Passengers will notice more uniformed officers, random identification checks, and restrictions on vehicles near the airport.
It's inconvenient, but nothing compared to what people in the East have gone through. So you gotta do what you gotta do.
I think everybody will embrace whatever new security mechanisms are put in place with a lot of welcome over the next month or two. But then they're going to get tired of it.
One airline told us it could be weeks before the air transportation system is truly up and running.
And it is still very unclear when any regularly scheduled service will truly begin. It's supposed to begin tomorrow. Every airline has their own estimation of when that might be. Some airlines will resume those flights tonight, the flights that were diverted. Some will not even do so until tomorrow morning. So I would expect it will still be very chaotic tomorrow as the airlines and the FAA try to figure out how to get the system back up and running.
Thanks very much, Lisa Stark. Lisa Stark is in Seattle and has been stranded in Seattle ever since. To some people, this is an inconvenience. To some, it's a real business problem. And to others, it is a real catastrophe. Here's an example. The chief of transplant surgery at the University of Pittsburgh, Dr. John Fung, told us that they had a liver which was available for transplant that would have gone to a person in Philadelphia, but they couldn't fly from Pittsburgh to Philadelphia, which they needed that kind of speed in circumstances like this. And so the person who most needed it did not get it. Instead, they've used it on a patient in Pittsburgh who was not nearly as sick. And that's exactly the kind of thing in extremis that is happening as a result of the aviation system continuing to be locked down. Now, we've been very concerned and curious and mystified by what's been happening, or what happened, not ultimately, but in the process of United Flight 93, which was the 757 left Newark to go to San Francisco and ended up crashing in Pennsylvania. But ABC's Connie Chung has been talking to United Airlines today, and I think may have more. Connie?
Yes, Peter, I've also been talking to American Airlines representatives, and mainly the families of victims who were involved in the hijackings of those families of victims who were on board those 4 planes that were hijacked. And what I have discovered is something that could be considered quite disturbing to many people. And that is that both airlines have offered immediately to the next of kin $25,000. Now, you may say this is a standard practice, but in these particular instances, both United Airlines and American Airlines are offering, right as they say, up front, automatically, as soon as they determine who the next of kin is, they send a letter with a check immediately to the family. The last time, what I was curious about was, when did this practice start? I mean, we've heard about settlements between the families of loved ones who become victims in airline crashes, but is this standard practice? Well, American Airlines got back to me on that question and said the first time that was ever done was just the previous incident. That was in June of 1999, a crash in Little Rock, Arkansas. Right at that time, apparently all the airlines began offering cash settlements up front. And prior to that, this practice had not occurred. One other question that I wanted to know was, is this $25,000 per victim? And it is. It is. If a family has more than one member who was killed in any of these incidents, it is upped beyond $25,000.
Connie, thanks very much, Connie Chung. It's clearly something we want to talk to in the future to United Airlines and American Airlines. Connie points out at the beginning that it's standard operating procedure for airlines at the moment, and no further comment on it at the moment. You can feel a measure of irritation in the air. There's no question about that, at the very least. But yesterday's attacks have generated an enormous and visceral anger at a lot of things around the country. Most of all, that the United States was vulnerable and that these terrorists managed to reach their objective. Here's ABC's Dean Reynolds in Chicago.
Judging from conversations across the country today, many people are angry and unwilling to wait long for an American retaliation.
Revenge. I want to get even.
This woman near Miami spoke for many.
Send out the F-15s, the F-16s, and go after them.
From St. Louis,
I think we should bomb them back. I really do.
Where the Gateway Arch reopened, came a call for action.
The people should be angry that these terrorists are protected by other countries around the world.
It will be hard to pinpoint a culprit, but many Americans, like this immigrant from Lebanon, said that was no excuse for delay.
They know who's behind all this. They know what countries supporting all these people. They give them money, they give them weapons, they give them everything.
A stranded flyer in Wichita was not interested in a measured response.
They need to find out whoever did this, and they need to clean their clock. I mean, into the Stone Age. This is ridiculous. This does not happen in the United States.
In Columbus, Ohio, it was all about stature.
They can't push us around like this. We're the #1 nation, and let's do something about it.
And in Los Angeles, a woman said anything short of a violent response would be useless.
No, I don't feel vengeance, but I think the enemy's got to be eradicated. And you cannot talk with the enemy. You can't rationalize when all they want to do is kill.
For commuters in Chicago, there was no stomach for restraint.
I feel that if we need to have a full-scale war, then we should go ahead and do it. We should at least let them know that the United States isn't going to tolerate this.
I think these people, whoever did it, and I have no idea who did it, are a bunch of cowards. And I would love to face them face to face and tell them that they're a bunch of cowards.
A Palestinian worshiper at a downtown mosque supported the president.
President Bush should go after who's doing this and who's harboring them.
But as she dropped her young children off at school this morning, one mother touched on the difficulty a tough response would face.
Can we take out 1 or 2 people and be done with it? I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think it's a cultural thing, and you can't eradicate an entire culture.
Elected officials across the country continue to call for calm, and some, including Illinois Governor George Ryan, are warning people not to take matters into their own hands. Ryan issued that warning in light of reports that several mosques in this area have received threatening phone calls. Dean Reynolds, ABC News, Chicago.
Thank you, Dean. As the mayor of New York said, there's no accounting for prejudice and bigotry at a time like this, and people's passions have boiled over, and so has their prejudice and bigotry on occasion. And that mayor, the mayor of Chicago, local and state officials all across the country have quite sensibly reminded people that terrorism is not automatically associated with Islam. At any rate, the president went over to the Pentagon a short while ago. You heard Terry Moran talk about that, and here's a brief excerpt of what he had to say when he was overseeing people there.
Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists.
Mr. Bush said earlier today, when he was having a cabinet meeting earlier, I just want to check precisely on my notes, he urged the country to be patient and to be resolved, and made it clear, as did the Secretary of State, that there was going to be any retaliation until they found out who it was that they intended to retaliate against. And it will be made particularly more complicated if, as many senior officials have said, it is discovered that a government is involved or complicit in this in any way. But the United States undoubtedly has the capacity to respond. And now we're going to go to the Pentagon, and our Pentagon correspondent, who's worked very long hours, John McCarthy. John.
Peter, it should come as no surprise that planners in this building and elsewhere within the military complex are hard at work drawing up an entire menu for a military response.
The U.S. already has the firepower in the region to strike many targets simultaneously. Planes on land and aboard 2 aircraft carriers, long-range Tomahawk cruise missiles on other ships and submarines. And there are also ground troops that could be used in a more extreme response. It is not the firepower that is in question. It is the choice of targets. Who or what would the U.S. hit? How massive would the strikes be? And would an American response inflict real pain, crippling future attempts at terrorism, or would it just make the U.S. feel better? Secretary of State Colin Powell says the response must be broad-based.
it's not just a matter of going after the perpetrators, but it's going after and dealing with the sources of support that they have.
Say that doesn't mean to me that one just selects a facility or so here and there and puts a few cruise missiles on it in the middle of the night. That's we're way past that. We suffered an attack like Pearl Harbor yesterday. Someone is at war with us.
But too harsh a response, one that takes the lives of many innocent civilians, could easily backfire, with the U.S. losing the moral high ground.
We have to be careful to shape our response so that perception remains and so that we don't overnight be seen in some quarters as an aggressor.
Defense Secretary Rumsfeld today seemed to suggest whatever the U.S. does will not happen soon.
Anyone who thinks it's easy is wrong. I think that it will require a sustained and broadly based effort.
And the administration today began working on that broad-based response. Part of what they're doing is requesting an unusual level of support from NATO, Peter. They are asking not that the NATO allies would actually participate in any military action, but they want broad and very vocal public support from the European allies.
Jack, before I go on to talk about the U.S. and the rest of the world, the fire at the Pentagon today, which we talked about this morning, is it still burning?
It is finally out, Peter, and they are finally in the process of sending in search and rescue people to remove what they expect are going to be only bodies.
Okay, thank you very much, John McCarthy at the Pentagon this evening. At his news conference earlier today, the Secretary of State, Mr. Powell, said that the U.S. expected the fullest cooperation from Pakistan in gathering information about these attacks on the United States. Pakistan, of course, is right next door to Afghanistan, and we know that Afghanistan has been a refuge for Osama bin Laden, and we also know that Pakistan itself harbors or has many supporters of Osama bin Laden, and there is a strain of militant extremism there. That's a redundancy, I realize. There's a strain of extremism there which worries the United States about stability in the region in general. ABC's Bob Woodruff is in the Pakistani capital, Islamabad, tonight. Bob, do we know precisely what the United States has been telling the military leadership in Pakistan today?
We don't know precisely, Peter, but we do know that for the last 2 days, there have been high-level diplomatic talks going on both in Washington and here in Islamabad regarding Pakistan's potential cooperation with the United States. You can assume that at a minimum, it would be to share intelligence on Osama bin Laden's organization and possibly also to talk about military cooperation. As the focus on bin Laden hardens, there is a lot of anticipation that there may be a U.S. retaliation in this region, not so much here in Pakistan, of course, but in Afghanistan. In fact, in Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, the aid workers at the United Nations have completely cleared out. The rest of them will actually leave later on today. It's about 4 o'clock in the morning here on Thursday. They have paid off their local staff, and they've taken with them many of the documents and computer disks. Meantime, there is a lot of diplomatic ducks being put in a row here. The brand new U.S. ambassador to Pakistan will be meeting with the president of ambassador to Pakistan will be meeting with the president of Pakistan, General Pervez Musharraf, later on today, on Thursday. That's tomorrow, your time, to talk more about this cooperation. But again, the Taliban has condemned this so far, and they said there will be no talk about any kind of extradition or move against bin Laden until the U.S. comes forward with some evidence that he may actually be involved in this.
Well, I think everybody agrees everywhere about that, Bob. The question is for Pakistan at the moment. It's a pretty unstable nation, and there are deep support in the country for acts of terrorism against the West in some elements of the Pakistani society. Is there any reason to think that Pakistan can be brought firmly onto the side of the United States in this?
Well, there is some talk about possibly giving some extra support or aid to Pakistan to try to get that over. Also, and very interesting thing, I talked to a government minister today in Pakistan, and he said, look, the World Trade Center was a very different kind of thing. This was a very international target. And they say that there were about 1,200 to 1,500 Pakistani nationals inside the building when it was attacked, inside those buildings. So again, there's reason now for the Pakistani government to be more sympathetic to the United States in this attack than other types of terrorist actions. So whether there are militants here in Pakistan that would support generally an attack against the United States is one question. But in this particular strike, would they support it or would they be more sympathetic to the United States?
Okay, thanks very much, Bob Woodruff in Pakistan tonight. We're going to stay overseas. There's trauma and there is rage and there is anxiety in the region as a whole, just as there is in the United States tonight. around the world, people have been reacting in very different ways to this. But leaders certainly throughout the Arab world have expressed their sympathy and their condolences. The Palestinian President Yasser Arafat actually donated blood today for the victims. And one of the Palestinians' leading spokesmen, Hanan Ashrawi, very familiar to Americans, expressed her condolences. And so did the Iranian president, Khatami. President Khatami expressed his condolences today. There's a whole network of complicated relationships being tested in the region and throughout the world this evening. Now, there are several reasons, it can be argued, which may have contributed to this attack against the United States by extremists and terrorists on this occasion, and ABC's Jim Wooten picks up that dimension of the story.
This is the president's explanation for what happened yesterday.
America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world.
America may be exactly that, but that is not why a few Muslims would murder so many Americans or why others would applaud their crime. In fact, the U.S. is a target because many Arabs see the U.S. as an accomplice of Israel, a partner in what they believe is the ruthless repression of Palestinian aspirations for land and independence.
Many in the Arab world regard the United States not as an honest broker, but protecting and shielding Israel over very important political as well as religious issues.
The most provocative issues: Israel's control over Islamic holy sites in Jerusalem, the stationing of U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia near some of Islam's holiest sites, and economic sanctions against Iraq, which are seen to deprive children there of medicine and food. But perhaps nothing has been more infuriating to many Arabs as Israel's recent attacks on Palestinian militants, using American-built helicopters as gunships, prompting this kind of Arab response today.
Of course, I'm sorry for the civilians, for everything, but that's the price for everything they did. The states. I mean, the states had to pay the price for the suffering of the whole world.
That rationale may seem irrational, but it is an explanation for yesterday's madness shared by many Arabs in the Middle East and elsewhere. It explains nothing and everything. Jim Wooten, ABC News, London.
Well, this is not an easy time to be an Arab American or to be an American who happens to be a Muslim. In Dallas overnight, shots were fired at a Texas Islamic center, and Muslims who attend the center fear that it was indeed a backlash after the attacks yesterday. Windows were shot out of the center, which includes a mosque and an Islamic school. And it's just inevitable, one supposes, that at a time like this, many Arab Americans and many Muslims feel themselves very much on the defensive and in many cases threatened. ABC's John Donvan reports from Detroit, which has one of the largest Arab and one of the largest Muslim communities in the country.
An attack, a fireball, a death toll in the thousands, and it is predictable, it is normal, it is human that as Americans we want to get even. But get even with whom? When the news pretty consistently suggests the ethnicity of the terrorists.
At least 5 suspects identified as Arab men.
And when the pictures come in showing Arabs in the Middle East celebrating our sorrow, some Americans jump to conclusions and begin to make threats against fellow Americans. Detroit, the offices of the Arab American News, that's Arab American. The phone has been ringing there.
I hope every Arab thing born son of a dies.
Washington State, a town called Shoreline, where apparently a number of people actually scoured the yellow pages for companies with the word Arabic in the name and found this: Arabic language and translation.
It's time for you pigs to get out of the country.
And who is Arabic language and translation? A woman who moved here from Lebanon, a Christian by the way, 32 years ago to become an American.
I just got emails from my friend, and she is 2 or 3 saying that they're afraid their kids are at school and what's going to happen to their kids.
And then there are some of the postings to our own ABC News message board. The Muslims are a bunch of savages that should be nuked off the face of the earth. The Islamic way of life, their nations, their culture must be eradicated. We should deport them and make it illegal for Arabs to live here until terrorism is completely eliminated. And if you're an American who is a Muslim, or say anyone else of Middle Eastern appearance, how are you supposed to feel? Osama Soblani edits that Detroit newspaper.
We are part of America, and we are part of the victims, not of the perpetuators.
But you could hear it yesterday when New York City's mayor spoke, concerned that Arab Americans could become targets of an unfocused anger.
Nobody should blame any group of people or any nationality or any ethnic group.
Any cop in America will tell you immigrants from Middle Eastern countries are as law-abiding as anyone. They have unusually strong family values. They mostly vote Republican. But Oklahoma City happened in 1995, and they all felt like suspects. Now the World Trade Center, and they feel like it's happening again. The principle at work is called guilt by association.
Not everybody sitting there on their couch in the living room is very smart to distinguish between Osama bin Laden and Osama Soblani. And that is scaring the hell out of us in here.
In fact, Muslims have been giving blood along with everyone else these last 2 days. Abroad, moderate Arab leaders have been expressing sympathy.
Now you have to pick yourself up, as difficult as that is, dust yourself off and take the fight back to them again.
And presumably, Americans who are Muslims will be burying family members who, side by side with fellow Americans, went to work yesterday and died, like everyone else, as victims of terrorism. John Donvan, ABC News, Washington.
And now, for reasons we do not fully understand, the Attorney General, John Ashcroft, has decided to make a second appearance today at the Justice Department to talk to the news media and to the country, one presumes. He did appear earlier today and gave us an update on the investigation. Maybe that is just what he wants to do again. ABC's Pierre Thomas has managed to get back to Washington today from New York. Not a great many people did that with great ease, Pierre. But do you have any sense of what Mr. Ashcroft has on his mind at the moment?
Well, I think he wants to continue to assure the American people that the investigation is unfolding very quickly, that they have leads that they're following, that they are pursuing people who are associated with the people who carried out this particular attack. Peter, we're told that at least 3 people who are associated, friends and or family of those who carried out the attacks, are being held. They're being held on various immigration charges, also state charges. Again, no charges specific to these attacks, but they're being held in order to gather information. The hope is that some of these people will cooperate.
As you get back there and talk to your sources at the FBI and elsewhere in the Justice Department, are they content with the pace of the investigation today?
Well, again, on one front, they're frustrated. For example, they cannot begin looking at the crime scenes, doing the forensic work that they want to do. However, the flight manifest yesterday gave them leads. They are actively pursuing these suspects. And again, the fact that they know most of the identities of the attackers, they think, is very critical and is allowing them to expand the investigation.
Okay, thanks very much, Pierre. The Attorney General has joined us. Now, Mr. Ashcroft, I apologize. I thought you were going to come and make a public appearance again, as you did earlier today. I had no idea that you and I were going to have an opportunity to talk, but I'm grateful for it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry to keep you while I'm talking to Pierre Thomas, asking him whether you're content with the pace of the investigation. Let me ask you directly. Are you content? That's not the right word. Are you okay with the pace of the investigation today and what you revealed so far?
Well, we've been able to mobilize quite a group of investigators, about 4,000 special agents of the FBI, 3,000 support personnel. We have specially trained individuals, scientists, lab technicians, and the like, additional 1,000 that are available. And we have all of the field offices of the FBI that are activated here. And we're pursuing about a couple thousand leads, some more promising than others. And obviously, those are important. So we have gotten this up and running. We've developed crime scenes at each of the places where the airplanes impacted the ground. The FBI has been in charge of those scenes to put out grids so that we can collect the kind of forensic evidence that'll be appropriate to our investigation. So we've made a really good start, and we're going to keep working on this, and we're going to do everything possible. No more significant or substantial investigation has ever been launched in this country.
Now, have you arrested people? Have you detained people? Have you simply questioned people? There's some confusion about that.
Well, there are no arrests to my knowledge. There have been people who have been detained, and
I wouldn't want to comment on specific incidents, but the fact of the matter is, if there's anything that supports arrests or detentions that are valuable to us in developing an understanding of who's responsible and who provided some of the ground support for this situation, then we'll take that action.
Let me just focus on one of the pieces of information which you did share with the public earlier today. You said you discovered that some people, some of the individuals on board the aircraft, had been trained as pilots in the United States, which implies that they had some measure of control when those planes finally did what they did. Can you be more specific with what you actually mean in terms of that part of the investigation?
Well, obviously, for an individual to target an airplane and to target it successfully on a building, or to land it as it was landed virtually in the side of the Pentagon, these are individuals who have skills. These are individuals who are not someone who decided they'd like to take over an airplane. And I believe that skill is from pilot training, and there's some significant evidence to that effect.
Do you believe, sir, or do you have evidence to support Mr. Fleischer's statement of the White House today that the White House was specifically a target?
Our government has information, credible information, that the White House and Air Force One were targeted.
And do clarify this for us. Was the White House a target for the aircraft which ultimately crashed into the Pentagon?
I'm not able to comment further on the nature of any evidence related to that. I would just say that we have evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targeted.
But Mr. Fleischer did say that the aircraft which crashed into the Pentagon today was actually had as its original target the White House, or was it also a target? I think that's what's unclear to people.
Well, I'm prepared to say that we have credible evidence in this government that indicates that the White House and Air Force One were targets, and to go further would not be appropriate.
Okay, and finally, sir, do you have evidence which you have compiled in the wake of these attacks which links Osama bin Laden to these operations in any way, shape, or form?
We're not in a position to make an attribution of specific responsibility at this time. We're still pursuing a number of leads, over 2,000 of them. And when we have an appropriate assemblage of evidence and we feel like an announcement should be made, we would make it then.
Do you believe, sir, one more question, I apologize. Do you believe that the discussion that's been held in the public arena today about your investigation in any way distracts from your investigation, or has been anything other than realistic?
Well, I'm not party to the discussion myself. I've been working hard on the investigation, but I think it's entirely appropriate for the public to discuss the investigation, to understand the event, and we'll certainly do what we can to cooperate with the public. The public providing leads to us and cooperating with us are an essential component of our investigation's success.
In this, I meant to include, of course, the public and the press. And do you approve of the discussion that's been held in the media today?
Well, one of the things that we want to fight to preserve in America is the freedom of the press. Those who would seek to destroy America and our freedoms make an assault on our liberty to discuss things openly, both in the press as individuals. And with that in mind, I don't criticize the press for making its discussions. When it wants me to answer a question which I should not answer, I'm simply going to say I don't believe I should answer that question.
As I have carefully noted. Thank you very much. The Attorney General of the United States, John Ashcroft, this evening, giving us his views of the state of the investigation and how much he wants to say about it at this particular moment. So let's move on to the impact that this has had on the economy, both in the short term, certainly in the medium term, and perhaps in the long term. For a briefing on that, we're joined again by our business and economics correspondent, Betsy Stark. I apologize, I get you and Lisa mixed up sometimes.
Well, let me start today with the very near term, Peter. One big question today was when would U.S. stock markets reopen? And the answer we got this afternoon was no later than Monday, no earlier than Friday. This would still make it the longest stretch of time the market has ever been closed. Market officials said financial firms need time to recover, rescuers need room to work, and the delay will also give emotions time to cool. Businesses around the country were open today, but it was not business as usual. Some stores opened late. The Limited cited security precautions, and many retailers reported fewer customers than usual.
It's not a regular Wednesday for us, and it's kind of a gloomy type of atmosphere right now.
The manager of this bookstore in Chicago says customers are in no mood to shop.
I think today people, the first day back after being at home all day yesterday watching television, everyone's sort of in a state of shock.
In Los Angeles, Universal Studios reported fewer visitors to its theme park. Midway Airlines, already in deep financial trouble, said the slowdown in air traffic would put the company and its 1,700 workers out of business. Some economists believe Tuesday's attack will push a fragile economy into a full-blown recession.
We have been performing a high wire act, and I think it has become even more perilous.
Others believe the chilling effects of Tuesday's attack will be temporary, that as the rescue mission becomes a rebuilding effort, spending will pick up, and so will consumer sentiment.
This event actually has some stimulative effects to it because this is a country that rebuilds.
For businesses at ground zero, the focus is on the human toll. Among the tenants in the World Trade Center, Bank of America has accounted for most of its 400 workers, insurer Marcia McLennan for several hundred of its 1,700 workers, and in a video message to employees this morning, the CEO of Morgan Stanley, the largest tenant in the Twin Towers, said most of its 3,500 workers got out safely.
The reason they did is they started evacuating World Trade Center 2 immediately upon hearing about the terrorist attack on World Trade Center 1.
The firm now wants customers to know that despite the devastation, their assets and records are safe.
What the clients need is all of you calling.
Y'all have had about 50 minutes of fraud. Absolute fraud. I'm not going to say which side, but you know what side I'm talking about. I'm freaking tired of it. I'm very tired of it. It's just gotten ridiculous. Now this video, we're going to come back to it, but it is in my playlist of Lady Lacy favorites. But y'all need a break. It's not good to watch this stuff straight too long. You got to take say so with me.
You guys are retarded blow. You're no good, and the globes are joke. Fighting geeks and battling weasels. The rotation of 1.5 degrees. The time has come to save last flag. You guys are friends, and you don't care. The time has come. A fake's a fake. It belongs to them. Let's give it back. How do you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your bones are burning? How can you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your bones are burning? Time has come to say what's what. You guys are walking now and don't care. Bladder scales and Cuckolds too. Broken toys to Yindalu. The western desert lives and breathes. A rotation of 1.5 degrees. The time has come to say black, black. You guys are men, and you don't care. it back. How can you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your balls are burning? How can you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your balls are burning? The time has come to save life flat. You guys are thin and you don't care. The time has come. A fate's a fate. It belongs to them. Let's give it back. How can you think that the earth is turning? How do you sleep while your balls are burning?
a world where temptation lurked around every corner.
We stop to look at one another, short of breath, walking proudly in our winter coats, wearing smells from laboratories, facing a dying nation of moving paper fantasy, listening for the new life with supreme visions of lonely tunes. Somewhere inside something there is a rush of greatness and hope that stands in front of our lives are flashing my future on films in space. Silence tells you secretly
free and uncorrupted communication.
Good evening. It's really marvelous to see so many of you here, as Roman said, on a Friday. But it is, of course, a very special event, and I am deeply honored to be introducing our speaker. One of the marvelous gifts that several historians have left for those of us who are historians are White House tapes. Tapes of meetings, tapes of telephone calls. This, in fact, goes back to the days of FDR, believe it or not. But in a serious way, of course, we have tapes for 3 administrations. Kennedy, Johnson, and Nixon. And I think there's a reason why we don't have them after Nixon. And our guest this evening, in fact, has something to do with that. But on June 22nd, 1971, the following conversation was captured on the Oval Office taping system. And it concerns Daniel Ellsberg, who is with us tonight. It is the president, it is Henry Kissinger, and it is Attorney General John Mitchell. Richard Nixon. Let's get the son of a bitch into jail. Kissinger, we've got to get him. The president, we've got to get him. Don't worry about his trial, just get everything out. Try him in the press. Try him in the press. Everything, John, that there is on the investigation, get it out, leak it out. We want to destroy him in the press. Is that clear? Kissinger and Mitchell, yes. And of course, the administration did try to destroy Daniel Ellsberg, and thus began a series of dirty tricks and outright crimes that would culminate in the political scandal and constitutional crisis known as Watergate. The legal historian David Rudenstein has shown, I think, that the machinations, that the efforts of the administration against Ellsberg helped to form the basis of 2 of the 3 impeachment charges against President Nixon a little bit later on. And so in this respect, I think it's quite true to say that Nixon's efforts to destroy Ellsberg led to his own demise. And you will get, of course, this whole story told in this memoir that Roman referred to. A very important book that I hope all of you will purchase, and Dan will be signing copies of this book after we finish this evening. And I can't help but conclude by saying that this talk is particularly timely, because we live in a perilous age. The winds of war are blowing in our nation's capital. For the past dozen years or so, I've been engaged in research on the Vietnam War, and I've had the chance to have many late-night conversations with Dan Ellsberg about what went on in the 1960s, and about, in particular, the failure of lawmakers in Congress who felt privately in the time of the Vietnam War that the war was a mistake, that the war was wrong, and yet did not have the courage then to speak out against the administration at that time. We've also talked about the general public, which in the Vietnam case was, I think, apathetic until far too late. And the parallels, it seems to me, are striking. Dan, I think, is going to talk about some of those parallels this evening. But what we have with us, it seems to me, is a person who showed that courage and who decided, after being a Cold Warrior and a believer in the Vietnam War, that he had to do something to try to change things. And it is my great privilege to welcome, and I ask you to join me in welcoming, Daniel Ellsberg.
Thank you very much. I was warned coming this afternoon, don't expect too much. This is a Friday night. We never schedule lectures on Friday night. So I'm very pleased to see such a crowd here. Thanks for your warm welcome. I apologize for being late, but it was inescapable because I was talking to Fred Logahall. And we don't talk briefly. I never talked to him without learning something. I was learning tonight. By the way, I was hoping not to have to do too much talking to save my voice, because I had laryngitis starting out on this book tour a couple of weeks ago. I had used up my voice really talking against and talking about this coming war in Iraq. And I was, in fact, it never occurred to me. I'm glad to be able to speak around in a way that's pre-scheduled. by Viking, because it does give me an opportunity to talk about what's happening right now. I must say that I did not foresee when I started writing this, working on this some 6 years ago, that, or even as recently as 6 months ago, less than that, when I finished it and gave it to Viking, that at the moment that I would start on a pre-scheduled publication book tour for this book, that I would feel it so urgent and timely to read, not to buy, but to read, that that I wanted to give it away. And I must say that just 4 days ago, I called up my editor in Viking and I said, I want to put this whole thing on the net. And I got a rather startled, unhappy reaction. She said, "You're not going to do that, are you?" And I said, well, look, I really need to put chapters 1, 3, and 4 on the net right now. She said, let me talk to my superiors at Viking about this. Can you hear me, by the way? Because I'll be speaking quite quietly because of my voice here. Can you hear me in the back? Wave if you can. Okay, if you can't have any problem at any point, please let me know. So she came back and she said, no, you can put one chapter on, put chapter 1. And I bargained out of her that I had to put at least on the first 2 chapters, the first 2 pages of chapter 4. And I'll explain why about that in a minute. So it turns out that I'm not on this tour actually to sell books or to talk about history per se. And I understand a lot of you, some people who are going to leave at 2 a.m. tonight to go to San Francisco. How many people are in that category here? Any? Because I've talked to people in Santa Barbara. There's a bus leaving for San Francisco rally at 2 a.m. I was invited by a young person to join them. And I said, no, I'm too old for that. But I did, change my planned airfare tonight, which was supposed to leave at 12:30 to 10:30, so I could get there in time to attend that rally. And if they want me to talk, I will certainly want to do it. The coming 2 weeks or so, whatever it is, before the election, I think are a crucial time for people to be acting to avert this war. As I say, my interest is not talking about history, but doing everything I can to avert this history from being repeated, as we are in process of doing. Chapter 1, which starts the book, it starts, and I wrote this long ago, with my first week in the Pentagon, my first day in the Pentagon, in the first sentences of the book, which by coincidence, as a full-time employee, which as a coincidence was August 4th, 1964. And now, how many people here does that have any resonance with? Okay, I'll give you another clue here. It was the day of an alleged attack, which in fact did not take place, a second attack on destroyers in the Tonkin Gulf off the coast of Vietnam, and it was the night of the first U.S. raids against North Vietnam, which then had a hiatus for the election, and then after the election resumed and did not stop again till 1973, 9 years later, 8.5 years later, during which time we dropped 4 times as many tons of bombs on Indochina as in all of World War II. 2 million tons in World War II, 7.8 million tons in Indochina. So something very big started that first day in the Pentagon, and I won't repeat the story here because any of you have this book already, actually? Okay, very good. Ron, but as I say, you don't have to get it or buy it to read. Those of you who have it can turn class to page 7. But you don't have to because, as I say, this part is on the web. And given that that is the case, I won't recapitulate that. I'll just sum it up. My first day in the Pentagon was 24 hours because I was there all night following the raids, monitoring the raids over North Vietnam that started that night. The president announced those raids to the country at about 11:15 that night to catch them before people went to bed, so they wouldn't read about it in the newspapers that we were at war, essentially. And he gave as reasons for the 64 sorties, 64 individual planes that went over North Vietnam. The explanation, looking at the TV audience, and then later Secretary McNamara amplified this, and later they said the same things in secret session, Secretaries McNamara and Rusk, the Secretary of State, as told here, to Senate committees, Armed Services, Foreign Affairs of the House and Senate combined in top secret closed session, which I was reading the transcripts of at the time because I had just started as Special Assistant to the Assistant Secretary of Defense. Now, I was a highly paid clerk, really was highly paid. I started at the highest civil service rating, GS-18, because of earlier work I'd done as a consultant on a subject to which I really had become expert, nuclear command and control, nuclear war planning, as I saw it, averting nuclear war. And I took this job as special assistant to have a window on sort of a continuous crisis. I was sure not because I believed in the Vietnam War, which I didn't. I'd actually been there in '61 briefly and already could see in 1 week that we had no prospect of any success there. But so I had no interest in working on Vietnam per se, but my boss to be, John McNaughton, a former law professor at Harvard, offered me the chance to see the government from inside. Now, I'd been working as a consultant and a researcher, not just with top secret, but with much higher clearances for some years. But he said, seeing it from the inside will have a different feel to it, and you will learn, which turned out to be true. I emphasize how insignificant my job was, though basically it was putting cables together for my boss and helping him on memos and this and that. Because that's the point, in a way, of the following proposition. That night I heard my president say, and the Secretary of Defense say, we have just retaliated to an unprovoked attack, to an unequivocal evidence of an unprovoked attack on our destroyers in routine patrol in international waters. We have retaliated to this. We seek no wider war. I already knew in my unimportant job, and certainly within the next few days I had documentary evidence in my hands, that every one of those 6 propositions was false. Now, I won't go into the details of that at this point because it is in the chapter and you can either buy it or read it on the web, because I want to get on to some other almost more immediate things. The reason I press it right now and feel it is urgent is because that's what I think they have in mind for us, or is likely to happen within weeks or months in this war. Within 3 days of those false statements, they had the effect of inducing Congress just before an election to bipartisan support, to support a Tonkin Gulf resolution, the original Tonkin Gulf resolution on August 7th. How many people know the essential content of that resolution here? Could I see your hands? It would be helpful here. How many do not, actually? Okay. Or remember, that was 38 years ago. So a lot of you weren't even born then, or some of you. But I can tell the ones, if you've been following the paper, what the essentials were. They were essentially the same as in the act just passed, the resolution of support for the president to take armed force action against Iraq, which could be called Tonkin Gulf II. Basic propositions the same. The Congress authorizes the president, that is, delegates its constitutionally exclusive power to decide the issue of war or peace if we're not under attack. If we are under attack, the commander-in-chief has always been understood to have the right to reply to that attack and protect our own troops. But in the absence of such an attack on that as now, or an imminent attack, the absence of it as now, then only Congress in our system has the power and the authority to decide that. But in '64 and again in 2002, Congress has unconstitutionally passed that power in a broad, vague way to the president to take such armed actions, such actions, all necessary actions, including armed force, against, in this case, Iraq. The place names have changed. as he deems appropriate. He decides the essential attribute of kingship, of monarchy, which the drafters of our Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, had intended to avoid giving to a president on the assumption that no one man should, like kings, George III and all other kings, have the power to decide whether or when to go to war, which they regarded an unnecessary war or wrongful war as the worst oppression that could be worked on a country. And that should be given exclusively to a more representative body, like the Congress. That was an invention. As far as I know, that was anybody tell me if that's differently. I think we, the founders that we can identify with as Americans invented that idea, and it was a very good idea. Okay, Congress has just flaunted that, as they did in '64. I think the consequences could be very grave of that, and that we are in a time of great danger as a result of that, in addition, or even enhancing, the real danger that we do face from Al-Qaeda. We did not face a comparable danger in '64 from anybody except the possibility of an all-out nuclear exchange with the Soviet Union, which a possibility we had contributed to enormously by our example and our buildup. That was a terrible danger from day to day to day, and definitely, and to some degree, still exists. But aside from that, nothing like what we're faced with Al-Qaeda, which is a real danger. I was reading USA Today on the way from Los Angeles, train ride, not very long train ride, and I'm reading about real threats against railroads here, and I made a note. I am reading this on Amtrak. It said Amtrak. I made a note of the time, actually, for historical reference should it come out. But that's no joke. That threat is not made up. What is made up, it seems, is the president's assertion and Cheney's assertions and Rumsfeld's assertions that the threat from Saddam is the threat from Al-Qaeda, that they are linked, that they are the same, that Saddam cannot be deterred any more than Osama bin Laden. And I will grant Osama bin Laden and his suicide bombers are not subjects for deterrence or containment. Saddam is, it so happens, he's been tested on that one. He's the one leader in the world who had possessed weapons of mass destruction, as he called them, not nuclear weapons, but chemical and biological weapons, and refrained from using them under 6 weeks of heavy bombing because of the consequences he could expect. And he is not a suicide bomber. He really has been tested on that. He is not suicidal. And as George Tenet, the director of CIA, said in a letter to the Senate Intelligence Committee just a couple of weeks ago, we see at CIA no threat in the near future from Osama bin Laden, from Saddam Hussein, from Iraq, of use of his weapons of mass destruction against the United States or their neighbors in the absence of an attack on them. And as I say, the past would indicate that even bombing, which Saddam was confident of surviving, would not get him to pull the trigger on that and commit suicide. But if we were invading, as Tenet said, director of CIA, to the unclassified, then we believe he would use whatever he had. And we don't think he does have nuclears or could have for years, even 1 year. It would take him a year, even if somebody gave him the material for it. We do not believe he would give those weapons to Al-Qaeda or other terrorists not under his control. Directly, both these statements directly contradicting what the president had said 2 days earlier. But we do think, and we don't know whether he can launch chemical weapons, which we think he has, and cause significant damage with them after 10 years of sanctions. We don't know if he can, but we don't know if he can't. We do know he will try to launch if he's faced with destruction, as Bush is openly proposing to face him. He will use whatever he can. So it's a gamble that Bush and Rumsfeld and Cheney and Wolfowitz and Pearl clearly want this country to take. And Congress has just passed that trigger to this president, who, unlike Lyndon Johnson, has not lied to them about his intention to destroy Saddam or to threaten him with these circumstances, which would cause him to throw at our troops or at Israel whatever he has. This is a very serious gamble. I personally think that could happen. I have thought up until I got a little ray of hope today, actually, but I have thought it would probably take place before the election. I'm in a minority on that. Could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong. If not before the election, I think it's likely that it would happen within the month or two after the election, not as late as December or February, late December, because his support is eroding. The evidence against his lies about the actual threat from Saddam as opposed to Al-Qaeda is coming out day by day, and I don't think he wants to wait for that. Now, actually, the thing that got me to decide a few days ago that this history that I was presenting here needed wide readership right away, and I had already been sending copies of this book to senators, staffs who had voted wrong on this issue, because read this. I've been in your position before. They were telling me the reasons their senators had voted yes after, like John Kerry, someone, after showing very clearly, like Dianne Feinstein, that she knew the problems here. She knew the risk, she knew the gamble, but then raised her hand yes for this. I've been in that position. I've kept my mouth shut. I've given reasons for my boss doing something that my boss didn't believe in. But this isn't the time to do that. And I think if you read this, you'll get the picture. Well, as I say, what triggered me to go beyond that and really put this on the web was a Doonesbury cartoon of, this is October 19th, Saturday, and I didn't see it right away, where I forget the name of this reporter in the Doonesbury strip. He's saying in a press conference at the White House, Ari, could you go, he's talking to the president's press secretary, not to Sharon. Ari, could you go over it one more time? Why war with Saddam exactly? I mean, next year, there's no real Al-Qaeda link, as CIA has been saying. He doesn't have nukes. His army has been decimated, and he hasn't even been able to shoot down a single U.S. jet. Talking there about the 900 or so raids we've made over Iraq, Vietnam. For years in Vietnam, we said Korea. People imagine that. They do meld together a bit. So he says he hasn't been able to shoot down a single U.S. jet. So he asks, isn't there some kind of provocation you can point to? Anything at all? Ari says, no, we don't need one. Then the other reporter says, maybe our guys should fly slower. And the first reporter says, hey, yeah, they could like cut their engines. And Ari says, that's it for today. Well, very funny, except that that took me back a bit to the part I was reading about, writing in chapter 4, page 65, which is on the net now, so you don't have to take notes on this. Planning provocation. Chapter starts after the Tonkin Gulf Resolution. Paraphrase here a little. A president who, if this sounds familiar, had now authorization to take war, to go to war when he saw fit, use whatever means he saw appropriate, but who knew the country was uneasy about that, did not feel that this war, Vietnam now, was necessary or right or the right thing to do. In fact, this was September. They were about in November to vote in overwhelming and unprecedented numbers against the proposition of escalation in Vietnam, which was being the main campaign, major campaign issue of Lyndon Johnson's opponent, Senator Barry Goldwater, the Republican, and who happened to be in Air Force Major General Reserve, and was calling for the very escalation which we were planning, essentially. Not exactly the same, but escalation that the Joint Chiefs were proposing at that time. Okay, that was to happen in November, and the president knew it was going to happen. He was going to win a landslide victory for peace and against escalation. How then to get the war started? Because the president, like most of his advisors, believed that it was essential, whatever the public thought, to get underway. There was no time to lose, or he might lose Vietnam. So whatever the public thought, we were wider war was on the way. How to start it? I'm saying, by the way, that the president today, I believe, faces a very similar problem. He's got the authority from the Congress, not from the UN, and if he doesn't get it from the UN, then Congress voting for this cannot make that war legal. It remains flat, straight aggression, which was not clear in Vietnam. This is clear. If he does it without any UN sanction. Again, does that mean it's impossible for Bush to get started? I think not. From September on, US retaliatory capability, I say, quote, retaliatory in quotes because our retaliation had been against a non-existent attack, of which there had been ambiguous, or at first unequivocal for a couple of hours, evidence that we were under attack. But well before our planes got underway, having been ordered to do so at the beginning by the president, well before that happened, we knew that nothing could have been more equivocal. And indeed, there had been no attack. It was a mistake which was known before the resolution was passed by the president and by others, and by little people like me inside the government, but essentially by no one outside the government. What I knew about these lies was not shared as information by any US senator on any basis or representative. And in part, they were ignorant of that because I didn't tell them. Hundreds of people could have told them, starting with McNamara, in his testimony. But instead, he lied, and Secretary of Defense Rusk lied. I go into that in detail in the book, so I won't go through it here. But now we have the problem that I've described. So my boss, John McNaughton, was talking then about planning, quote, provocation, to be in a good position to provoke a military response from Hanoi and to be in a good position to seize on that response. Examples of actions to be considered, and this was signed, this proposal drafted by McNaughton was signed by the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, President's National Security Agency. Examples of actions to be considered would be running US naval patrols increasingly close to the North Vietnamese coast. They were getting ready to beach them virtually on the coast, if necessary, to get them shot at, and are associating them with covert operations, 34A operations. And then here's the part that sent me back to this book. I didn't have to read the book, I remembered it, when I read the Doonesbury thing. The Joint Chiefs were saying, there was a little difference. They were saying other examples of actions we should take, they were proposing, were replacing or supplementing the U-2, remember the U-2, high-level plane, taking reconnaissance photos with increasingly lower level reconnaissance planes, jets over Hanoi. So the little difference was the way to do this was not to fly them slower, but lower. How low? And actually not slower at all. How fast? Best idea was create a sonic boom at low altitude over North Vietnam, which will break every window in Hanoi. That ought to get a rise. That would get their attention. And they had other plans then, in effect, for getting our troops shot at, or getting reports that they were about to be shot at, or might have been shot at, to which we could decide, too risky, let's go. Not for preventive reasons, not for UN reasons, not for regime change reasons, to protect US troops. And I think that's the kind of planning that's going on right now by people, by the way, who don't believe in it on the whole. My boss, McNaughton, was writing this stuff at the time. I don't remember if I was helping him on that memo so early as September 3rd. I actually can't remember. But I remember the memo and a lot of others like it. I'd been to Vietnam in '61. I thought at that point, this is a loser. I don't even want to be associated with it. John McNaughton thought that more seriously than I did. Once I suggested we should be looking 6 months ahead, he said, Dan, you don't understand. I don't want to be in Vietnam in 6 months. I want out, out, out. And yet every memo in the Pentagon Papers that I put out 5 years later to the Senate, a couple of years after that to the press, every memo shows John McNaughton to be the hawk giving these examples, how to do it, how to strike, how to attack, whatnot. He believed in none of this. Totally against it, if anything more than I was. But he worked for McNamara, who was for it, and I worked for him. And I did my job. And that's not something I'm proud of, obviously, and not exactly ashamed of, in a certain sense, not guilty about, because I just have to say, it never occurred to me to tell the senators what was going on. Somebody asked me the other night on television, or on radio rather, how did you feel that first night when you knew the president, everything he's saying was a lie? Weren't you shocked? I said, no, I'd been a consultant for about 6 years at that point on nuclear matters, and I knew the government lied. I knew they lied all the time. Well, I take that back. I knew they lied a lot. I didn't have a clue. That was the difference on being insider, as to how different the inside perception was of what we were doing, what our aims were, what the costs would be, what was going to happen from the outsiders. I've told my friend Cy Hirsch, how many of you know who Cy Hirsch is? Two-time Pulitzer Prize winner who's exposed CIA, exposed every administration lies. His first Pulitzer Prize was for exposing the My Lai massacre in '69. And I've told Cy, who wrote a very nice blurb for this book, first one here, for years, Cy, he's regarded as our foremost investigative reporter. See, I'm trying to convince you, you don't have a clue as to how much you are lied to right now and how effective it is, how easily you can be fooled. And it's less than almost anybody else in the country, but it's not that hard. Secrets can be kept a very long time by people like me and people above me who keep the secrets, keep their mouths shut when their boss doesn't want certain things told. The idea that all the secrets come out, as I said, is just a myth. It's wrong. Given that those secrets can be kept so well, it's tempting and easy to lie. In fact, to keep the secrets to some extent, you have to lie. I'll give an example. I was working, this is in the book, but the kind of thing I hadn't seen as an outsider, having to work on little crises that came up every day or every hour, consisting of a press conference, a speech. This has to, a cable we have to send out. Everything was a crisis and had to be done very fast, very exciting, but very pressured and so forth. McNaughton comes running in one morning from McNamara's office just down the hall. He always ran back and forth. That was his very long legs. And he didn't want military, the generals, to see this assistant secretary running to his boss. So he would sort of stride sort of a Groucho Marx, very fast, power walking sort of. And but on this case, actually, I think he was running, and he came in and he said, McNamara, it was about 5 to 8. He says, McNamara has a press conference coming at 8:30. A Blue Springs drone has just gone down over China. Now, Blue Springs was a code name for a covert operation of reconnaissance drones, which are unmanned photographic vehicles of the kind we're sending over Iraq now quite openly and all over the place. But in fact, the military was operating something like that over Washington the other day because of the sniper. Good idea technically, but we are definitely edging into that position of using the military on domestic police work, which means eroding, getting rid of the Posse Comitatus Act, which says the U.S. military is not for use against U.S. citizens. So in this crisis of the sniper, a real crisis for my granddaughter, two granddaughter and grandson who live in Rockville in Maryland, and who I called them up. They were in lockout. They couldn't in the school. They couldn't go out for recess or play or anything. Serious matter. Still, we're in a situation where we're moving very fast toward using the military in general for police work in this country. Okay, I'm getting aside from the point here a little bit. The Blue Springs drone had gone down. Now, in those days, we didn't admit we were flying reconnaissance planes over sovereign other countries, like the U-2. So he says, okay, Blue Springs plane has gone down. McNamara has to meet the press at 8:30. We have 10 minutes to give him 6 alternative lies. So He threw at me practically a yellow pad. He took a yellow pad. We sat at opposite sides of his desk and we wrote lies as fast as we could. We didn't even have time to confer with each other. If we got this one, or we repeating things or something. We just wrote real fast, you know. Unmanned. Okay, it was a weather plane, off course. That one had a long bad history because that's what we said about the U-2 when it went down over Russia. And unfortunately, on that occasion, they got the pilot and the photographic plane. So after Eisenhower had said it was a weather plane off course, Khrushchev humiliated him with the truth. But anyway, put it on the list here. Might work this time. So I said to McNaughton, does this thing have U.S. markings on it? McNaughton doesn't even look up. He says, who knows? Who knows? And it was a Chinese nationalist plane from Taiwan. It was a, various things. So we give him the list. He grabs it from me. He runs down the hall. And he comes back about 10 minutes later and he says, okay, McNamara likes this. He wants 4 more. We have 5 minutes. Wrote more lies. They were a little harder to get at this point. They were coming slower. And I said, why doesn't he just say no comment? He says, McNamara won't say no comment to the press. McNamara knew everything, had all the statistics at his fingertips. He waved them into existence in his fingers. He made them up as he went along, actually, but it sounded very precise. He's sort of like the William F. Buckley in his show. He has all these facts that he makes up. So he won't say no comment. So as McNaughton was going out the door again, I said, listen, I really want to press this, give him one more chance here. Try on him again, no comment, which I'd suggested the first time to him. I said, because they're tired. They may find it out real fast. The press is tired of being lied to, I think. This was 64. They were, if they were tired already, they had a hard time coming up. But give it a try. So he came back later and he said, to his amazement, he said McNamara had said no comment when the question came up. And a reporter came into our office and said, will you tell your boss that was really great this morning, that he said no comment. The point being, here was obviously an intelligence matter that everybody was willing to cut the president slack on. They knew it had to be done. To keep it secret, you had to lie about it. We're not doing it. It doesn't happen because it was illegal. And but they felt it had to be done. This kind of lying and secrecy justifies in the minds of all my colleagues, my former colleagues, all the secrecy. There are times you have to do it, times you lie. When you can keep secrets that well, which they do, unless the plane goes down, it's tempting to a president, it's a very hard job, to use that secrecy and that lying for a lot of other reasons. For policies that would be rejected by the public because they're illegal or wrong or immoral or just imprudent, extremely recklessly dangerous. But if they don't have to know what we're doing or what we plan, it's tempting not to tell them or to tell them something else, give them other reasons. And presidents and all politicians are like Oscar Wilde. They can resist anything but temptation. So that's what they do. And it's what is definitely happening right now. Cheney, the Vice President, Rumsfeld, Secretary of Defense, and the President are giving reasons for what they think needs to be done. They're sincere about that. They think it's in the national interest. But like Johnson in Vietnam, they do not trust the public to agree with the force of their reasons for going to war and killing people and having Americans die and a lot of other things. They don't give them those reasons, so they give them reasons which might convince them, which are more convincing, better sell. That's not just this administration. That's every administration. It's every government official in the world. And nothing new about that, particularly. But here is a time when, for instance, what they're saying and the reasons they're giving are untrue or unfounded. And it's a little more serious than that. We do have a serious problem of, let's say, Al-Qaeda getting nuclear weapons, or of nuclear weapons going off somewhere in the world. Any precedent of that is terribly dangerous for us because it moves us into a world where nuclear weapons gets used and nothing is more dangerous to us than that world. And if Al-Qaeda gets them. Likewise, terrorism is a real threat. So the reasons that the president is giving now for going to Iraq are that it will reduce the chance of terrorism. It will reduce the chance of Al-Qaeda getting these weapons. As the CIA points out and everything, those are not among the reasons for doing this. Because in every respect, this war will increase those dangers, which we really can't afford to do. Actually, they're dangerous enough and we can't eliminate them. What are the reasons? I don't know. I know that the reasons they're giving are false. In this case, unlike Vietnam, I've tried for 38 years, and this is where Fred and I just talk forever, why Johnson really did do this against the advice, against the estimates of, as Fred pointed out above all, of his top advisors, both in the administration, some of them, and his definitely top advisors in the Senate, who told him that what he was getting into was catastrophic. They were right, and their arguments were good, and there was really no answer to them. So the question arises, and I learned that in a way about the Senate and even some of the others from Fred Logevall's book, Choosing War. How many of you know that? Anybody? Know that? Didn't get the readership it deserves. I learned more from that book before I'd met Fred than I would say any other book I can remember in the last generation about Vietnam. So I very much recommend it, not only for then, but for what it tells about now. That's not even in this book very much, because I didn't know it at the time. I was a special assistant to the assistant secretary. I didn't know that Senators Russell, head of the chairman of the Armed Services Committee, and Lyndon Johnson's mentor, who had made him majority leader in the Senate, Senator Fulbright, chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Mansfield, Senate Majority Leader, were all telling, I learned this from Fred's book, Choosing War, we're all telling Johnson, don't do this. It will be disastrous in foreign affairs, it will be disastrous domestically for the Democratic Party. His vice president, Humphrey, was telling him the same. The head of intelligence in the State Department, Tom Hughes, who I've met more recently, was telling him that. I knew none of this at the time because it was so secret. It wasn't in MacNaughton's files that I had access to, and I thought I had access to practically everything. And it's not in the Pentagon Papers. It wasn't in McNamara's files. Those pieces of paper saying that this is disastrous, this is reckless, don't do it, were so secret because the president wanted to do it to avoid losing, and did not want it known that he was going against the advice and he was misrepresenting the advice he was getting. That those papers weren't circulated to those people within themselves or to my boss in many cases at all. It took 30 years in many cases for those to come out. That was the longest kept secret of the Vietnam War. And as I say, not just, I really am recommending you read that, because now it's so clear that that is true of probably the great majority of senators in the Senate right now, Democrat and Republican, about this war. And in this case, unlike Vietnam, it's clear that the Joint Chiefs and their military people do not want to take these risks, regard them as unnecessary, as wrongful. They don't want it. They are doing something which was not done during the Vietnam War at any point. They are leaking their dissent. They are leaking their, it's coming out in places. I read it yesterday in USA Today by James Banford. He quotes a lot of other newspaper sources. For once they are telling people anonymously, not with documents, the press aren't following it up on the whole. But, for example, Barbara Boxer has been saying, I sit on the Intelligence Committee. She doesn't give away any secrets, but she says what she hasn't heard on the Intelligence Committee. She says, I have not heard any evidence that persuades me of the truth of what the president is saying, that we have a threat from Saddam, who's a monster, who's a tyrant, a great threat to his own people, but not, as far as CIA can tell at this time, to us, unless he is attacked. So that is coming out. So Boxer says, okay, I haven't seen anything. She votes against the act, the Tonkin Gulf II. Now, does Dianne Feinstein, who voted yes in the end, know something that Barbara Boxer, who sits on the Intelligence Committee, doesn't know? No. She is perhaps running for something else besides Senate, maybe vice president. maybe even president someday. Every one of the potential senatorial and representative candidates to be president in 2004 voted yes, although most, if not all of them, knew perfectly well this was wrong of them to do. They shouldn't be doing it. They felt they had to do it. Gephardt, Daschle, Biden, John Edwards, John Kerry, Lieberman. Actually, the one person who's a presidential candidate who came out against it is Al Gore. And I was just thinking today, I realized that, my God, are we left with Al Gore as the only, is he the only person I could bring myself to vote for? I don't like that. And I will say, by the way, that I would have preferred that it be Kerry. Would have been totally consistent with his attacks on the war that he'd been giving up till the day of that vote. And I was proud to have him give a major blurb to this book because of his background as he been in Vietnam in combat as a Navy lieutenant, had spoken as a former officer before Fulbright with one of the most impassioned speeches and eloquent speeches ever given against the war. Just before his colleagues in the vets, he's helped found the Vietnam veterans against the war. In an unprecedented move, camped on Washington, opposed the war, and threw their medals, which the White House refused to take from them, threw them over the fence. Remember the image of throwing over? And how many people remember that photo? Thank you. It's interesting, a lot of you haven't. But that's a very important moment in our history when they did what they could to say, we were there, we know what war is, we did this, and we say this is wrong and should not continue. And in the honor of America and for the good of other soldiers, the way to protect people like us is to get out of that war. Very important move. So Kerry is an important figure in our history. And he was speaking, he made it clear that he knew all the reasons we should not go into this war, but he is a presidential candidate. In fact, he would have been mine. And he may still be. I may well still vote for him because he may well be the best, both in the primaries and even in the election, but not with the same enthusiasm that I would have had 1 month ago. He wasn't behaving any worse than any of the other presidential candidates or any politicians. All of them were behaving in the prudent, careful tradition of politics as usual, how to run for president. But it so happens we're in a crisis here. This was not the time to behave in the traditional fashion. This was a time for extraordinary action of some kind, like those veterans throwing their medals over. Something. Violence? Should we move to that? No. There's a number of lessons from the anti-war movement of Vietnam, and one that I drew in the end. I guessed it at the time, but looking back on it, I'm more sure than I was even then. When I came back from Vietnam against the war, I had no, people asked me, they were rather proud, in my first public speech in Washington University in St. Louis, asked me what I thought of their having burned down the draft of the recruiting station. And I said, which they were clearly very proud of, it just happened. I said, I'm sorry, but I can't endorse that. I think it is a mistake to do that. I think it takes risks of human life that will bring down further repression and make it harder to end the war. That was not a popular answer. As a matter of fact, I was giving a speech that was quite enthusiastic, but I got booed at that point. Well, I hope I won't get booed here, but if so, so be it. The thing we were passed out just as I came in about the great moment in Isla Vista, well, actually the great moment was when people sat down and got arrested peacefully. I think that's what they're talking about. But the occasion was burning down the Bank of America. I understand the desperation at that time. God knows. I had given the Pentagon Papers to the Senate 6 months earlier than that. I expected when they came out to go to jail for the rest of my life. It was a desperate time. I totally empathize with the desperation of people and even the weathermen who were doing things, but they were not shortening the war. They were making it easier. And as a matter of fact, we now know when Nixon was reading accounts of rock throwing and violence and burning and explosives, and there were a lot of explosions going on, he and Haldeman, his chief of staff, always wrote in the margin, good, exclamation point. That's what they wanted. That would help them keep the war going. I think that's still true. What does that leave? How are we doing, by the way, on time? I know how are we doing? 5 minutes? Okay. Because we do want to get to questions here for sure. Excuse me, my voice is going on. I'm often asked an essential question of how I came to give the Pentagon Papers after many years of keeping secrets for the government and knowing all the reasons for doing that and having done it for a long time. Well, the answer is a little bit longer, so I'll take the 5 minutes on it, then it's good to do in a question session. It's in the book, of course, chapters 17. I knew, for one thing at that point, what other Americans didn't know. I knew from a friend in the White House where I had worked for Kissinger and Nixon in early '69. I knew from a colleague there, Mort Halpern, who's still in the White House, that this war was not ending and was going to get larger. Not entirely because the president expected that. He expected his threats to work. I'm sure, by the way, that Bush and Cheney do not expect their threats to work against Saddam, and they would be crazy to believe it, and they don't believe it. The fact that they say they hope that is not true, actually. In this case, it's clear that they want regime change, they want to get rid of Saddam, and so for that, they have to invade. But at that time, people did think the war was ending, and I didn't. So what to do about that? That was the issue. That summer, I read a number of things, including you'll read about it, early parts of the Pentagon Papers, the history of the conflict that indicated that that was aggression from the beginning. That was new to me. I'd been working on this war in 1969 for 5 years. I thought that it wasn't working, it wouldn't succeed, but it wasn't aggression. It was, a noble cause and so on. That was not true. The French aiding from 45 on a French colonial reconquest of a colony that had proclaimed independence was not a noble cause, and it wasn't legitimate from any American standards. It was essentially aggression. That was new to me. What do you do then when you decide that your country is involved in aggression? Well, at that point, it was almost hopeless to try to convince my countrymen of that, because you had to read thousands of pages or read hundreds of pages of history. I didn't expect to get them to do that. But what should I do about it? If I thought that we were about to that we were continuing and escalating a war that was illegitimate, which is to say that all the people we were killing, not just the civilians, but the military, that was murder. It was unjustified homicide. Obviously the civilians, but in that case, as I say, I think that's what we're looking at right now. Americans need to ask themselves, who do see, as a lot of people do, as Nelson Mandela has said very forthrightly, and many other people, as Richard Army, House Majority Leader, Republican, I don't remember ever agreeing with him on any subject I can remember, said not only this is a wrong thing to do, he said this would be aggression and it's not American tradition. Now, as Republican leader, he ended up voting to give the president that power, but not because he believed that it was a good thing. So what do? I read an essay that summer, late in my life, I was 38, by Henry David Thoreau, American tradition, on the duty of civil disobedience. Original title, Resistance to Civil Government. How many people have read that? Okay, very good. It bears rereading a lot, especially this month, because it's about why. He just mentions in passing, actually, that he had spent a night in jail, and he apologizes. It was only a night because somebody paid the fine against his will for protesting the Mexican War, what we call the Mexican War, which, as I now have just read in the last year, U.S. Grant's memoirs, I got off the internet, I was looking for a quote. And as Grant, the later head of the Union Army, who was then a lieutenant, says of the Mexican War, one of the most unjust wars ever waged by a larger country against a smaller, in which we imitated the aggrandizement of the European monarchies. And look, his whole memoir is on the web, so there's a lot of interesting stuff in that, including the statement, I regret that I lacked the moral courage to resign from the army during that war when he was a lieutenant. at that point. So Thoreau is saying, though, that he was a lieutenant. So Thoreau was saying, when is disobedience to civil authority a duty or a legitimate course? Thoreau says, quote, as when a whole country is unjustly overrun and conquered by a foreign army, end quote. When, quote, ours is the invading army. Now, the regime in Iraq is about as bad as Bush says. It is a real tyranny. But actually, not only civilians do not deserve to be killed by us in coming weeks or months, 17, 18-year-old, 20-year-old draftees in the Iraqi army have not done anything that sentences them to capital punishment by us. As a matter of fact, it would all be murder. What do you do about it? Well, he said he went to jail. His point is this. He says, what civilians can do, what you need is disobedience, quote, like that of, quote, a soldier who refuses to serve in an unjust war. When I read that sentence, I ask myself, and if anybody knows, I wish they'd tell me, was there draft resistance? Was there resistance by soldiers in the Civil War and the Mexican War? Actually, somebody told me, I raised that question the other night in Seattle. And somebody told me that there's just been a documentary and a movie starring Tom Berger about 2 battalions of Irish Americans who were not immigrants, they were Americans, but Irish who loved this country. I mean, they were immigrants, I guess, but they were American citizens who joined the Mexican army and fought as the St. Patrick's Brigade for the Mexican army because they sympathized with the independence of a country that was freeing itself, that, you know, was fighting against an illegal invasion. I never heard of this. Anybody else ever hear of this? How come? Have you seen the movie or something? Or? No, really, seriously. How, can I ask somebody? Tell me. Where did you hear it? Very good. Okay, well, I'm 71. How many people have never heard that? Okay, I'm not alone here. That wasn't a piece of history that I ever got. And anyway, he says the soldier refused to serve. In his state of Massachusetts, he claimed, such a soldier was applauded by many, but not imitated. Out of, quote, the thousands who are, his italics, in opinion, opposed to slavery and to the war, who yet in effect do nothing to end them. They hesitate and they regret and sometimes they petition, but they do nothing in earnest and with effect. They will wait well disposed for others to remedy the evil, that they may no longer have it to regret. At most, they give only a cheap vote. And then he said, votes against the president, by the way, are never cheap for a politician, and I am very appreciative of the people who gave that vote, and I think we should give them our appreciation. Barbara Lee, Pete Stark, all the other people from this administration. Barbara Boxer should be told. Who? Okay, great. If you know the names, let them know. The people who just called out the name, given your name to those representatives and said, we will work for you, we'll help you, we'll give money to your campaign, you're doing the right thing. And then I had this idea the other day. You can send a check to Barbara Boxer, and it occurred to me, send a fax of that check to Dianne Feinstein and say, I think this is a good idea, by the way. And say, this money went to Barbara Boxer with all my heart because she is protecting the Constitution. And what you just did is not the way to run for any office here. And unless you get straight, and I will explain that in one moment, I will be working to defeat you as a Democrat in the primaries and others. And these are the weeks in which politicians hear that, 2 weeks before an election. Okay, so he says, then he said, Thoreau, and this was the words that just changed my life in a way, a month later. Cast your whole vote, not a strip of paper merely, but your whole influence. A minority is powerless when it conforms to the majority. It is not even a minority then, but it is irresistible when it clogs by its whole weight. Within a month of that, I met young Americans at a War Resisters League conference in Haverford, Pennsylvania, who were on their way to prison. That I didn't know they were on their way to prison until I heard them say it. Randy Keeler was this particular person. I'd just become admiring him, what I'd seen of him at this conference, and thinking what a good American he was. I was glad the foreigners were meeting him. It was an international conference, and a lot of people were foreigners. I heard him say that he was the last masked man left in the War Resisters office in San Francisco because all the others were now in prison, where he said, I'm glad to say I will soon be joining them, for refusing to give his change of address to the draft card, refusing to cooperate with the draft, not because he thought that would end the war, but because he and all the others, the 5,000 who went to prison during that period, the 50,000 who risked prison, were in legal proceedings. 50,000 were in legal proceedings. Probably 500,000 or more risked that without getting in legal proceedings. Those people, rather than going to Canada, rather than going to Sweden, rather than going into the Texas Air Reserve or whatever, to stay out of Vietnam. I don't put those in the same category, by the way. Rather than all the, like Cheney, our vice president, who spent the war years in a secure location in Wyoming. Like all those people, these guys went to prison to send a message to people like me that there was more I could do than I had yet done, that there was an obligation there to do what you could. All they had at 19 and 20 and 21, they weren't senators. They weren't former GS-18s either. They didn't have secret documents. All they had was their lives and their freedom. They gave those, they put that on the line, non-violently, truthfully, and I got that message. I won't go through the story, it's in here, but I can tell you, I heard Randy Keeler saying that. It came as a shock to me that the best thing this young American could do with his life was to go to prison. I thought, my country has come to this. I went to a men's room and I sat on the floor and cried, just hysterically almost, for a couple of hours. Sounds like an exaggeration, but it wasn't. I was there for a couple of hours just crying and thinking, my country has come to this. It's come to this. We are eating our young, both on the barricades and in Vietnam. We're wasting them, we're eating them up. And after thinking that and washing my face and then crying some more, and I thought, okay, what can I do now that I'm ready to go to prison? As they were. And I did a number of things from then on, most of which didn't involve legal risk. I thought the Pentagon Papers was probably one of the lesser effective things I could do because it was just history, but I didn't have current documents to give. So it was all I had. And I put that out thinking it would send me to prison, but I was doing other things as well. The key thing was, which is we're facing right now. What more can we do to avert this war, which could lead to nuclear weapons being used within, as soon as that invasion starts? If Tenet says we lose our gamble, Tenet says it's a gamble. If we lose the gamble and Saddam does cause significant casualties among our troops or Israeli people with chemical or biological weapons, our president and Sharon in Israel have promised, the words they use, annihilation of Iraq in that case. They use terrorism against, they use weapons of mass destruction against them. We kill their children, we kill their people. That's the threat, but I don't think it's a bluff. And it could happen, might not happen, could happen. That's the risk we're taking. First use of nuclear weapons since Nagasaki. First attacks as soon as that invasion happens, which if there's a suitable provocation, could be like next week, or could be early December. And which is to say that Saddam's possible nuclear weapons some years from now, or North Korea's for them, are not even as comparably as dangerous to us as the weapons we possess and are threatening right now, the weapons that Israel possesses and is threatening right now, or India's and Pakistan's who are following our example and threatening first use against each other, and some other. Saddam giving Al-Qaeda weapons because we attacked him. Al-Qaeda getting weapons from Russia's loosely stored weapons at this point. All those are real risks, enormously worse, which are going to be made worse by this war. So we really have to ask ourselves, what do we do when we live in a country where a president is acting like a king, and not just like a king, like an emperor, an empire? Sort of like, what do you do? That's the challenge. Okay. Well, more than any of us are doing, more than I'm doing, more than you're doing. What more? But I think that what's needed is creativity, imagination. I was thinking this afternoon, I thought that in '68, the Paris, when the students took to the barricades in Paris, in part to protest the Vietnam War, by the way, more or less took over the government. They sprayed very interesting graffiti on the walls. One of them was, "All power to the imagination." Another one was, "Be realistic, attempt the impossible." Well, people will say it's impossible to stop this war on its tracks right now. Actually, I heard my friend Dick Falk on this campus a couple hours ago pointing out people said it was impossible that South Africa would have a nonviolent transition to democracy. Some of you are too young to remember that. I'll tell you, it was impossible. Impossible that the Berlin Wall would come down. I know no one who foresaw that. Impossible that East Europe would get freedom nonviolently. So we have, as Falk said, to change the conventional wisdom on what's possible. The reason I I'll take 2 minutes, sorry. The reason I put the first chapters on the web, or wanted to, is because they deal with the current situation. The period in '64, I mean, the analogy, the current period in '64, the current situation is like that in '64 before the bombs started falling. It's a time when, as Fred said, we could have chosen. The president was making a choice. Others could have made a choice if they'd been informed. I want there to be more information out. Therefore, I was saying, John Ashbrook the other day said, just yesterday, had this headline while I was just minutes before I was on KCET, which broadcasts this tonight. The headline, which they hadn't seen yet on KCET, is "Ashcroft plans stiff punishment for those who leak secrets." In other words, for people who did what I did. Well, I had been on every occasion that I spoken now, which must be 40 times in the last couple of weeks, said, if you know people in the government, if I'm speaking to anybody in the government, who knows, as I did in '64, that the president is lying to the public, lying us into a wrong war, a reckless war, a dangerous war, a wrongful war. If you know that, and it turns out the CIA and the Defense Department are filled with people who know that. And I said, and if you have documentary evidence of it, then I encourage you to consider doing what I wish I had done in 1964 and 1965. Go to Congress and the press and tell the truth with documents. I didn't do that till '69, so I said, don't do what I did. Don't wait till the bombs are falling. Consider doing it now. So when I saw this headline last night on KCT, just before I got on the air, I said, okay, in my life, I don't like to tell people to take risks, and he's talking about the risks they're taking that I don't take. So I said, Ashcroft says the only problem in prosecuting these people is that it's hard to find out, very hard to track down the source of a leak. They have to use lie detectors. They have to do that. I said, look, this book that I held up on camera, I said, everything in it was secret or top secret at the time, and a lot of it has never been declassified. And I will point out the parts, and I did some, that I believe, as far as I know, are still classified, and have this punishment. And in effect, I said, Ashcroft does not need to give me a lie detector test to find out who wrote this book and what the secrets are. And let's get on with the prosecution, and this time we'll take it up to the Supreme Court. It didn't go that last time because the president took so many crimes against me to stop me from putting out more information that it ended the trial, but more importantly, as Fred was saying, it did lead to his own downfall and possible ending of the war. So I said, okay, this time let's test what you say. Let's go up to the Supreme Court. And I'm saying to all of you, creative ways, pressure this time, a lesson from Congress, from the anti-war movement last time, pressure on Congress to get with it. There's going to be a lame duck session now. the people who wouldn't let Senator Byrd, who was casting his whole vote against this war and using his power as a senator to the extent of his ability, he wanted to filibuster. And 75 senators, including all those presidential candidates and Kerry and the other, and Dianne Feinstein, but not Barbara Boxer, voted to stop that debate and stop him so they could get on with their election and get on with the war. They can filibuster again. They can filibuster. They can stop what the president wants, they can hold hearings of the kind that have not yet been held ever against this war. Biden refused to call Scott Ritter, who is casting his whole vote, new hero of mine, along with Barbara Lee, who alone stood on this one a year ago, and who did what they could. And what we can do is tell them, that's what we want from you. Do what you can, not a cheap vote one way or the other, just, but everything you can do to inform the public, to block this and so forth, to postpone this war. And, well, that's what's up to us now. So let's roll. Okay, thank you. Hi, thank you. Okay. That is a hard one. But in Iraq, when you really look at it and you realize that what he's saying can't be true, Cheney can't believe that we're doing this to make Iraq a democracy. And in a sense, that what I've just said goes against what I learned in the Pentagon, the Ellsberg principle, which is anyone can be as dumb as he has to be to keep his job. But then I asked myself, can Cheney really believe that? And I say, no, I don't really believe. He's just lying. And the president, so what are they really doing? You have to speculate, but in this case, it isn't too hard. There's a number of reasons. 1, oil. 2, oil. 3, oil. 4, Israel, and not for the election, I would say. And 5, maybe not Israel, but 5, oil. Somebody said you can't say that too often if you're looking at these guys. And it isn't, by the way, that they think they're doing that to get back in a corporation's good graces or something that they used to work for, or that Halliburton will get a lot of construction money, which it will, but that's not why he thinks he's doing it, and it's not really why he is doing it. The problem with these guys, from the perspective they come from, these oil men, is that they can't perceive a difference between the interests of Aramco and of the other oil companies and the U.S. interests. So they're doing it for the U.S., and it just happens, from their experience, to require the U.S. to control the oil reserves of the whole world, not just Iraq. We keep hearing about the second largest oil reserves. Saudis were under our thumb pretty long, but they've been getting away. So we have to nail down the eastern half of Saudi Arabia a lot better than it's controlled now. Iran, very definitely. Some of the Gulf states. Kuwait isn't being entirely friendly now. Caspian. I just read today, what's going on right now? Terrorism, real terrorism, by the Chechens in Moscow as we speak. Hostages are being held. That started again when Putin decided to get real tough as a way of holding on to Chechnya, a great way to end terrorism, as we found, the way Sharon has found, the way to end terrorism is you get real tough and they can't stand it anymore, so they stop. Actually, that isn't good thinking, but you have to decide, there's something wrong with his perspective there. Or I see a headline here tonight. We've just had the sniper. We've just had a sniper in here, and headline, I'll find it here, in the USA Today, Democrats backing away from gun control. right? For election reasons. Very responsible, very, very clever way to deal with the sniper problem. And so on the oil thing, they want to control, Russia. Why is Russia doing this? So USA Today, I think it was, I just happened to be reading it on the train, says, well, the Russians have to hold on to Chechnya, which had been proclaimed its independence when the Soviet Union broke up in 1991. And so Putin has to go back. Why? Well, because it's their path to the oil of the Caspian Sea. Has to go through then Afghanistan, the oil, and so forth and so on. So their interests, as they see them, do not justify this war. They know America wouldn't agree with that, so they have to lie. But it isn't enough just to expose the lies. As somebody said once, the problem is not just to understand the world, but to change it. In this particular case, by the way, media around the world, and even in this country, are doing a lot of critical stuff if you know where to look for it. It isn't all in any one city. There's a internet site now called antiwar.com, which I think has terrific daily, I rely on it daily, except when I'm on the road here, for editorials and news from all over the country and the English-speaking world. It's all in English, but Japan Times, India Times, very good, Pakistani papers even, and but in particular the British papers, The Guardian, The Independent, Bob Fisk in The Independent, I think. And so you can get a lot of very good information from that. There's also a site called commondreams.org. The first one is antiwar.com. I don't know if I said that right. And Common Dreams, one word, .org. Again, editorials especially, and commentaries and analyses. By the way, the answer to your question about the oil, frankly, that's my best answer now, and I would not have gotten that from the New York Times, in fact, but from the internet. Analyses from I think that particular one first opened my eyes to their broad plan for global domination, in their own words, from the Irish Herald that I saw on antiwar.com. So that's you have to start from what your Uncle Jean told you. Do not believe do not take for granted, or even as much more of a start, what the officials say. And unfortunately, much of the time, the mainstream media will not go very far beyond what the official says. But if you look for it, now with the internet, you don't have to be Noam Chomsky, who just personally reads every newspaper in the world somehow. But you can, on the internet, you really can find a lot of that stuff. It's occurred to me just recently when I read this stuff about what's happening in the last month. The reasons given by the Bush administration, the new Bush administration, for backing away from this, refusing to sign this International Criminal Court, is supposedly because our soldiers would be in danger of being brought up before it as having done acts of illegal acts, war crimes, right? And now I'm not saying this rhetorically or not at all. This is not a joke. It's occurred to me in the last month. All that time they've been opposing that International Criminal Court. These guys knew where they were going on Iraq well before 9/11. There's this whole issue of did they know about 9/11 or what did they know? But what I'm saying is the Iraq operation has nothing to do with 9/11, nothing to do with terrorism, nothing to do. It is a plan that people like Richard Pearl, who's the head of this Defense Policy Advisory, Rumsfeld, Cheney, have wanted to go over after Iraq for 10 years and more. They believe that Bush's father was mistaken not to invade Iraq and get control of that oil. And they want to correct that for various reasons. So that's been around for a long time. That was always going to be aggression. And it suddenly occurred to me, wait a minute, all the time they were opposing this, they knew what they were going to do here. They weren't worried about American soldiers being brought up. They were worried about themselves being indicted. Not that they would be taken to The Hague, like Eichmann or even Slobodan Milosevic. No chance of that. But the people who have indicted or tried to indict or question Henry Kissinger are all over the world now, and their case for going after Bush, Cheney, Rumsfeld, Wolfowitz, Pearl, and if he gets his fingerprints all over these plans, as it's likely, Powell, even though he almost certainly opposes this war, just like my boss McNaughton opposed Vietnam, and I was against Vietnam. I asked during my trial whether I could use a Nuremberg defense. And Falk, who spoke this afternoon, who's teaching, I think, now at Santa Barbara part of the time. The point of my raising the defense was not to get off. It had never been used successfully. The defense being, by the way, that I had an obligation to oppose what I perceived to be an illegal war. So putting out the truth about it was, an obligation. Now, the chance of that having any weight with a judge or jury was zero, but the hope was that we could get the issue raised by calling Falk. By raising that defense, we could get the issue of whether this was an illegal war into court, even if we lost on it. So it has never been done. Okay, now with an international criminal court existing without our help, Kissinger does have to watch where he travels now. And I think Cheney, Rumsfeld, I started to say, and Powell, if he goes along with it, and Bush, are actually subject. They're right now doing what people were hanged at in part, which I'm not in favor of capital punishment, by the way, for anybody, for various reasons. Let's just say they were convicted in Nuremberg for, among other things, conspiring to wage aggressive war. This government is guilty, in my opinion, but is certainly subject to be indicted of that at this moment. And all of us, all the people in Congress who voted to support that, Congress cannot make that war legal, cannot make a war legal under the UN Charter, which is the highest law of our land, by ordering the president to do it. The UN alone, if we don't extort out of Russia and China and France, if we don't extort authorization for this, as I say, the war will be illegal. Well, does that mean that if the court, does that mean these people would have to fear being convicted or having to stand in court like Milosevic? No. But they don't want to face that charge. And frankly, I think there's a practical reason why they should worry about that. Americans don't want to be aggressors, just as they don't want to be murderers and they don't want to be torturers. And when things get defined by their real names that way, you'll find people doing things they wouldn't have done otherwise, just as I did. And as a matter of fact, maybe we should, I'm sorry, close with this because I've gone on so long. Let me say something here that I'm thinking people can do the demonstrations, they can do the lobbying, they can do everything. What we need is something more than business as usual at this point. We need extraordinary. We can't measure people by the standards of the past. And what I've learned at 71 is this. The people doing the crimes, the murders, the genocides, the massacres, are not actually extraordinary people. Whether they're Americans or Serbs or Rwandans or whoever. I think now all humans are capable under some circumstances of, if not directly, well, actually in some cases, wielding knives against throats of children and kids. Extraordinary, hard to imagine, but I think everybody's capable, or at least of keeping our mouths shut when we know it's happening and we know it's wrong. We're capable of turning our eyes away from it, of ignoring it. That's a human capability. But the other side of that is, for everybody, I've come to realize, to believe, everyone is capable of heroism, of compassion, under the right circumstances, with the right example, of doing things they didn't know they could do before, of rising to the situation, doing the right thing, despite what they may have done in the past and what they may do again in the future. But there is that capability for achieving the impossible and of transcending what we've been, and as my sister-in-law has been saying for many years, of evolving, of using our human capacity for self-transformation and transformation of of ourselves, not without risk. And we're capable of taking those risks when the time demands. People like Byrd, who spent 1964 for some 30 hours filibustering against the Civil Rights Act to block that, something that not one senator did against the Vietnam War. Gravel of Alaska tried to filibuster, was blocked, and that night, by a trick just the way Byrd was blocked by closure, and that night he convened a subcommittee of the Senate Committee on Buildings and Grounds and Fisheries of the Government Operations Committee, and he read the Pentagon Papers into the record at a time when the president was still saying that is illegal, it is crime, it's what Rumsfeld is saying in Bushel, we will prosecute anybody who did it, and so forth. He later got them published. The Beacon Press that I just spoke to with the last remains of my voice the other night, I found they were having a meeting in Boston, and I rushed over to that after the book signing so I could say to them, to give them my thanks for their putting out those papers, getting prosecuted for it, or rather civil action against them, which almost bankrupted the Beacon Press of that time. So people can do this, and we can do this. We can do better than we've done, and we can do better than this country has been doing. Thank you.
All right, guys. Sorry, I thought that would be a treat for you, but nobody wanted to watch it. I thought somebody might be interested in the Pentagon Papers. Oh well, it's there for a replay. All right. I don't agree with any of this stuff. I'm just showing it. Just showing it and saying, do your own research. At least know what things are. There's about 15% truth, 85% lies. Okay. Well, apparently, the 9/11 thing was a huge hit, so we'll go back to that. And then I was thinking some moon landing stuff, and you don't have to sit here and watch this for me. This is for whoever needs it. Whoever needs it. There's no shame in learning. I have to remember where it was.
Calling the clients, talking to them, giving them reassurance.
Morgan Stanley and other Wall Street firms developed sophisticated backup systems after the World Trade Center bombing of 1993.
Most of these firms run what are called hot backup sites. That is a place that's running real time somewhere else in the world, often across the river in New Jersey.
Oh, that is our
where the
music break. My bad. I don't want to become a fan.
Think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're pretty, not on the inside. Think you're better, you probably are. Think you're better, you probably are. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. Then she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. Then she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. You think you're hot, you're totally not. You think you're hot, you're totally not. You're so conceited, yes you are. You're so conceited, yes you are. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. Then she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. Then she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. You think you're pretty, not on the inside. You think you're pretty, not on the inside. You think you're better, you probably are. You think you're better, you probably are. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. I will beat on Demon Slayer, I will slay the slayers. Then she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. Then she doesn't drink me dry, I'll stay behind while she lies. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Get on the heat, get on the heat, get on the heat, burn it. Good for, good for, good for. Why am I the only one looking? Why am I the only one standing? Why am I the only one talking? It's all wrong. Obey, obey, obey. Good for, good for, good for. Obey, obey, obey. Good for, good for, good for. They've been playing this for years.
That was a good song. I just kind of blurred out. Okay, so the FBI, pretty much, that's all I'm hearing on this thing is the FBI is going to investigate. The FBI is going to investigate. The FBI is going to investigate. Good going, FBI. Good going. Here we are again. So much. So just disappointed. But that's okay. I have forgiveness in my heart. But we don't want this happening to anybody else. So just come clean. Anybody on here, whatever your role was, especially if you're playing a character, you had lines to read. How much you get paid? I mean, it's time to heal, people. It's time to heal. Aren't you tired of me living in the shadows and perpetuate a lie? Doesn't it get old? I wouldn't be able to stand it, you know. I definitely would want to go hide out in the desert if everyone thought I was a liar too. I definitely feel like going to make a bunker, you know, if everybody thought I was a liar too. But there is healing, you know. This world is meant to be the best you, not the best con. And let's just be our best selves from now on out. Let's play by the same rules. Let's understand all the rules. There's so many layers to rules. And of course, I'm always going to recommend that you read your Bible every single day. And if you just don't want to read, because sometimes, you know, it's hard for me too to understand the words, get you just KJ. There's plenty of like audio King James Bibles on the internet, and just listen to the audio. You can get through it quicker. You can absorb it. You know what I'm saying? Just get through the audio part, especially the part about Jesus, that New Testament, you know. Get through that real quick and then go back to the Old Testament. And sometimes I like to start at the end, and especially first page and the last page. The most important pages of any book. Don't let it go. If that's all you're going to read, at least just read the first page and the last page. Understand those 2 pages. All right, let's give out some shout outs. Blue Pill's been up in here. Marv Vea has been up in here. And I appreciate y'all stopping by, leaving comments. You know, it's better than just talking to my cats. And let's hold hope. I know things are getting worse. I know this world is just full of followers, you know. Just hold tight, you know. Don't let anybody sit there and let you believe the lie. You just let them know, I don't believe that lie. I have put hours into all of this, and I'm done. I'm done. I'm not wasting another 5 minutes on it. You know, we can get educated. We can re-educate ourselves on it, how it happened and everything. But literally, don't waste any more of your life thinking you're going to pull this guy in, or you're going to get answers, because it's just not going to happen. They're just going to amp it and amp it and amp it. So, all right. Well, I mean, their foundation is weak. They built their straw man house on mud. And we're probably going to take over soon. And they know it. And let's just remember that we're here to forgive. We're here to forget. We're here to learn. We're here to document. We're here to read our Bibles. We're here to be strong in God and His only Son, Jesus Christ. And you've gotten away with it long enough. All of it. All of it is so bad. I got so many hours of their own material. Okay, well, here we go.
Systems are running in parallel with those main systems.
I'm coming.
Well, interesting to note that overseas markets in Europe and Latin America, which sold off sharply yesterday, traded higher today. And after losses yesterday, the dollar rebounded. The economy is showing some resilience. Investors are showing some faith after an understandably emotional reaction yesterday, Peter.
I was slightly distracted, which I hope you'll understand. Did you mention travel and tourism as a percentage of the economy there today?
Not as a percentage of the economy, but tourism was absolutely down today, whether you measure it by theme parks or by traveling about.
There's some figures which suggest that travel and tourism account for about 3.5% of the economy. That's a $35 trillion business. So that contributes more bad news to the general state of the economy overall, particularly if the air travel ban continues.
That's right. When the airlines aren't flying, that's a big blow, both in terms of business travelers and tourists.
Okay, many thanks, Betsy Stark. And now we want to go back to Diane Sawyer, who is in lower Manhattan, or as low in Manhattan as you're allowed to get at this moment, and at least to the crime scene itself. And Diane, when we last left you,
lost my IFB. I lost my sound to you. Yeah.
Okay.
If you can hear me, Peter, I'm going to go ahead and just tell you what is happening down here. Part of it may be the fact that we have all this activity down here. I want to show you the smoke behind me. We've got a billowing cloud coming toward us. I mentioned earlier that they were worried about some 4 buildings being wobbly. Well, it seems that one of them, which is One Liberty Plaza, which is the Merrill Lynch building, it is a 54-story building, is in the process of collapsing. It, of course, has been long since evacuated, but they were saying earlier that it was listing degree by degree by degree. And it seems quite clear now that that building is going down. And as we said, there may be several others that right now are having trouble and that they're watching every single minute. Needless to say, again, that this makes a huge, huge and even more complicating difficulty for the rescue teams out there. We were just saying around here, why does it take a devastating act of evil to remind you how powerful goodness really is? And if you want to see courage, you're going to see it now on the faces of those rescue workers going in the grime and the sweat. They are insisting that they be allowed to go back in, even though this can happen any minute and there is danger absolutely everywhere.
Someone said courage is just fear that has said its prayers. Like the courage of firefighters and search and rescue teams digging, shoveling, sifting through 200,000 tons of pulverized steel, trying to find bodies.
walked through the rubble looking for my buddies that I know were missing. I walked through the entire rubble and didn't find anybody.
It was basically one big rubble. Metal and concrete. Trying to hear something.
We're with the men of Engine 24 who have worked almost sleeplessly since yesterday. They are looking for their brothers, their friends from Company Ladder 5. Their pictures still smile down from the wall.
Words can't describe how I feel about those guys. Just praying and hoping to get some of our guys back.
But there's a grim discovery. The twisted hulk of a truck. It is from Ladder 5.
It's such a disaster that you don't think about yourself anymore, you know? Just don't even, just keep moving, you know? It's like, God gives you the strength to get through it.
Every success keeps them going. This morning, some of the emergency services team who helped rescue a police officer buried up to his chest in heavy metal. They got intravenous help to him and medication, sustaining him through the night. And all through the city, mothers, fathers, children, fiancés. Some of them walked miles to get here because so much of the city is closed. They carry photos, willing themselves to keep hoping.
I'm just going to keep going. I'm not going to lose hope. And I'm going to go as long as I have to until I find it, because I know he's going to come back to me.
I've been going to different hospitals, leaving them on poles and trucks, and I left one on your truck, and you got in touch with me. I appreciate that. And we've been in hospitals all day since yesterday, so if anybody could help us, there he is again. Sean.
Back in the rubble, another rescue. 2 workers from the Port Authority. Buried for close to 24 hours, they called out, and they were heard.
We got one out alive about 1 o'clock this morning, and then we got another one out about 5:30 this morning.
Reinforcements are on the way from as far away as California, and from Indiana, from Pennsylvania, gathering at the Jacob Javits Convention Center this afternoon to get briefed on how to take up some of the burden. Already here, 53 search and rescue dogs who've been flown in from as far away as Puerto Rico, trained to the scent of a human. The rescue teams also have listening devices that can hear a murmur, a scratch, a thump. They will be moving out all night, moving carefully, like people who know what real urgency is. Every second, someone might still be breathing. Maybe someone whose life can be saved by one weary man.
So, Peter, I'm going to leave this spot now and head back down into the street and try to get up to the scene if I can, because believe me, there is a story every inch as you move that way, and we want to start feeding them back to you. So I'll be going now from here.
Thanks very much, Diane Sawyer, who is in Lower Manhattan tonight. There are a couple. We all misspeak, I'm sure, on a variety of occasions. Diane wanted to point out that she did misspeak earlier. Local hospitals in New York are not filled with 11,000 people, rather 1,100 people. In case you noticed that, she wanted us to be sure that we corrected that. And there is some question now about the status of One Liberty Plaza, this building to which she refers in the darkness, which is very hard because it has been near collapse, as we pointed out through much of the afternoon. And we're not absolutely certain that despite reports on the wire services that it has collapsed, that it actually did collapse. So that particular element of the crisis, and it is still a crisis in Lower Manhattan, is still very much on hold. Life in the country, in so many ways, is on hold. Here's ABC's Aaron Hayes.
There were, early on, unsettling signs that maybe Americans were not handling this so well.
Never again will I buy anything from you.
Greed and panic set in. Gas prices in many cities rocketed to nearly $5 a gallon.
We're being held siege by the terrorists in New York who are flying airplanes into the World Trade Center, and we're being held hostage by oil terrorists in our own country.
This morning, though, priorities were being pushed back into place by Americans in no mood to give terrorists the satisfaction of seeing the nation come apart.
There is absolutely no reason for a doubling or tripling of prices at the pump.
Their intention was to break us up as a country, and I think it's not going to happen.
You need to have a photo ID. As testament, crowds of people flooded into blood donation centers in Georgia, Illinois, Texas, everywhere.
We've never seen anything like this, so we're not sure how many to expect.
All patiently waiting to help.
Part of my own personal sense of duty requires me to do this. This is all I can do, so I do this.
I'm just amazed at how we've come together. And proud to be an American.
Coming together in ways we didn't expect. With every airport now a ghost town, stranded travelers, millions of them, like these in a Dallas bus station, faced unpredictable days.
36-hour bus ride to Philadelphia, and then I'll figure out bus or train from Philly into New York.
And behaved as stranded travelers rarely do, with grace.
This is small compared to what occurred, so.
There were efforts today to get back to the business of the country. Shops closed yesterday, opened today, but things were not really back to normal.
Mostly I feel like I'm walking around this mall in mourning. I can't quit crying. I was fine yesterday.
In many cities today, there were indications of our heightened anxiety, bomb scares, police on the lookout, and on edge.
There's a noticeable increase in police presence down here.
And we as a nation were still riveted to this, sorting out in our own minds what to do.
My feelings on yesterday are simply summed up in one word, and that is prayer.
It is just now really sinking in.
It just hurts. I don't know any of the people, and I don't know anyone in New York, but they're my brothers and sisters.
It's just terrible. My emotions are from one end of the scale to the other constantly, and I wish I could back up tired.
Don't we all? Aaron Hayes, ABC News, Atlanta.
Just want to try to get some clarity into this business of Liberty Plaza. Liberty Plaza is an important building. It's 54 stories. It is right in this immediate area. It is right at the, on the edge of the financial district here in the city. And it has been in difficulty all day. And there has been some obvious concern that it was going to collapse. It has been evacuated. That's the important thing, I think, to know. But if it does collapse, as we have just been told by Jerry Howard, who helped to set up the Emergency Management Administration in New York City, it'll have a tremendous impact on the search and rescue operation down there. And that's why we are so focused on it at the moment. It has a number of clients in the building, but the most important thing is that if it does finally collapse or may have collapsed, that's what we're trying to find out, then indeed it will have a significant impact on the search and rescue operation. So let's go back to the streets of New York one more time to ABC's Bill Blakemore. Bill.
Peter, I spoke with Fire Captain Bill Bukowski. He told me a short while ago that they were very worried about number one Liberty Plaza. They have a number of scientists who are keeping surveyors' spy glasses on the buildings to watch that they don't move too much to one side or the other. And when they begin to see a little bit of movement, they're expanding what they call the collapse zone. They've done that now in the area around Liberty Plaza, as we understand it, and they're worried about 3 or 4 other buildings nearby. So whenever that happens, they get the fire and the rescue workers back out further out into a larger perimeter, and of course it slows down their work.
Okay, Bill, thanks very much. Bill Blakemore, who is in Lower Manhattan, trying to give an extra measure of clarity to what's happening to One Liberty Plaza. New York City has such extraordinary energy, and those of us who are here notice 2 things about it. We notice many things about it today. One is the extraordinary effort being made by people to help. The other is the turmoil, organized turmoil in many ways, that continues at the foot of the city on the western side of the island of Manhattan. And in far more general terms, wherever else you go in the city, how this otherwise among the noisiest cities in the world is so quiet. Here's ABC's James Walker.
In Lower Manhattan today, New Yorkers continue to evacuate their homes.
The wind has changed, so the smoke is coming over our house. We sealed up our house, but it stinks, and so we're leaving. We're just getting out.
Throughout the city, residents struggled with the incomprehensible loss.
It's very, very kind of eerily quiet. There's no energy, there's no activity. Very few people, relatively speaking, on the streets.
Times Square, which on any other day hosts 1.5 million visitors, today was virtually empty.
I need to get a bus upstate New York.
Okay, it's closed. This is 8th Avenue at the corner of 40th Street. Ordinarily, there'd be gridlock here. Nothing would be moving. Over there would be dozens of taxi cabs waiting to pick up hundreds of thousands of commuters who use the Port Authority building every day to go back and forth from New Jersey. Today it's closed. Manhattan, which is an island, was never more one today. It was cut off to the outside. Bridges, tunnels, and major highways were closed.
The advice that I would give to people today, if they're home from work, is to go about a normal day. Take the day as an opportunity to go shopping, be with your children, do things, get out. Don't feel locked in.
That's a tall order right now.
It's very serene. It's very quiet. You know, people are serious. This is a really serious thing that's happening. What can you say about it, really?
Many businesses were shut. Broadway shows were canceled, and schools and colleges did not open.
You can feel kind of like fear in the air. It's just like disbelief.
And it's quiet, but people are more like reaching out to each other, you can tell.
Reaching out for support because everyone feels the loss. James Walker, ABC News, New York.
And there is no doubt that night changes the psychology of the rescue operation here and the city itself. They brought in lights from all of the adjacent sites, so there's no shortage of light, but they're enveloped not only in the darkness now, but in this increasing sense of desperation that the hope people had earlier for finding survivors has to some extent diminished, and that will be compounded if it turns out that another building has actually collapsed on top of the rubble. We've talked to any number of people today who've managed to get close, and this is particularly true of the emergency medical service people who went in full of hope that they were going to make a difference and have come out. In the case of one surgeon who went in there earlier today, has come out just deeply dispirited. And we are constantly reminded of the words of the mayor himself, Rudolph Giuliani, who has said many times when asked about the casualty count in this particular part of town, it is going to be more than we can bear. But one Liberty Plaza, Jerry Howard, thank you very much for joining us here this evening, has not collapsed. All debris and removal and search operations have stopped around it at this moment. It is certainly in danger of collapse, as we have said earlier today. But as Jerry Howard, who helped to set up the emergency management office in this part of town, which is no more, and was no more after the attack yesterday. One of the cruel and strange ironies about this, that the preparations were among the place for the preparations, the place for organization was one of the first places to be wiped out, is not anymore. But the search for survivors goes on, and we do indeed find them. Here's ABC's Juju Chang.
This is a story of a young woman who lived through not one, but two of the nation's worst acts of terror.
I said, Mom, this is Jennifer. Something's happened in the World Trade Center. It just happened. You don't know about it yet, but I'm okay. I'm leaving the building now.
Jennifer Ruth was at her desk early yesterday in the American Express building, just a few dozen feet from the North Tower. She didn't realize it at the time, but she had actually seen the first plane hit.
At that point, it looked as though I saw the end of something going into the building, at which time I had no idea what it was. Nothing was logical. It didn't make sense what I was seeing.
Slowly, almost casually, she and a handful of coworkers left the building. Once outside, she looked up and saw another jet overhead.
We saw the plane flying through the air, and it didn't even strike me that plane is going to hit the other building until it did. When that second plane approached, it looked like Independence Day, you know, where they explode the bottom of Manhattan. It was the exact same thing.
Suddenly, she felt like a target. She started sprinting and didn't stop for 15 blocks.
And I remember approaching or passing one woman who walks out of her building and walks immediately to the middle of the highway and looks up and says, "My husband's in there," and collapses immediately right there on the road. Then Oklahoma hit my mind, and are there trucks in the vicinity?
The Oklahoma City bombing came to mind because in 1995, when she was just 17, Jennifer lived through the shockwaves of the Murrah building attack. When Timothy McVeigh's truck bomb exploded, people she knew were trapped and killed.
And the infamous shot of him walking out of the courthouse in an orange jumper, it was one of the few times that people actually saw him in daylight. And I was standing there and I saw it, saw him come out. In situations like that, I think everyone grasps to make it real. They know it's real, but they can't get over that brink of it not being real. And so you grasp to be close to it so that you can go ahead and make it real.
Two of our nation's worst terrorist acts hit close to Jennifer Ruth, and both times she's been lucky enough to walk away.
Today I turned 24. Today? Yeah. Quite a birthday. Yeah, it's my birthday.
Young woman with some reason to smile, though it's been hugely frustrating for people. It's hugely frustrating for people all over the country to try to find out more. And we want to be in a position to tell you more. And I think the various levels of government do as well. But what we find, among other things, is that the telephone lines are jammed very often. The cell phone interconnections were absolutely jammed yesterday and people couldn't get through. We've had any number of frustrated, often desperate emails from people today who just simply can't get through even to answer a question. On the other hand, the cell phone technology has provided a window for several 911 calls from the crisis here and from the ill-fated airplanes. And that in itself is a dimension of technology we hadn't encountered before. Here's ABC's David Wright.
38-year-old Tom Burnett was headed home to the Bay Area from a business trip to New York on United Flight 93. Using his cell phone, he called his wife in California and told her that 3 men had taken control of the plane.
His adrenaline was going. He was not whispering. He was talking quickly, and he was ready to do something.
It was the first of 3 phone calls Dina Burnett would receive from the plane. Her husband, an executive at a Bay Area pharmaceutical company, described how the terrorists had stabbed to death one person on board and were threatening to detonate a bomb. She told him about the attack on the World Trade Center.
He was fighting to come home. He had every intention of being here that night.
United Flight 93 was headed from Newark to San Francisco, but the hijackers diverted it in the direction of Washington, D.C. The plane never reached its target. It crashed in western Pennsylvania, and Dina Burnett is convinced her husband is one reason why.
I pleaded with him to please sit down and not draw attention to himself. And he said, no, if they're going to run this into the ground, we're going to have to do something.
Last night at St. Isidore's Catholic Church in Danville, California, family and friends gathered in his memory.
I draw comfort from the fact that I know he didn't go down by giving up. He certainly went down fighting.
But the couple's 3 children, ages 5 and 3, are having a tough time understanding why their daddy isn't home yet.
They asked if he was in heaven, and I said yes. And then they asked if he could talk to them on his cell phone.
At least 45 people died aboard Flight 93, including Tom Burnett. But had that plane ever reached its intended target, the death toll could have been much higher. David Wright, ABC News, Los Angeles.
Let's go to Washington very briefly at the moment, because we knew there was going to be a prayer vigil on Capitol Hill tonight, and indeed it has begun. Members of the House and the Senate, that's the Speaker of the House there on the left, and from the beginning of today, the chaplain in both the House and the Senate have made very powerful spiritual commitments to the members of the Congress and to the country as a whole. So let's just listen for a moment.
And cuts the spear in 2. He burns the chariot with fire. Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted on the earth. The God of Jacob is our refuge. The Lord is with us. The word of the Lord. Amen.
The Senate chaplain speaking for the second time today to members of the House and the Senate. And seeing those familiar faces there is, of course, one more reminder that in so many cases today, there are victims of this incident, of this attack on the United States, who we know, who all of us know, or at least a great many of us know. Here's ABC's Jackie Judd.
We stand together tonight, not as Democrats or Republicans, but as citizens of the world, as Americans, as brothers and sisters with pain and with hurt. We are a circle of trust that cannot be broken. We are one people. We are one family. We are one nation. Tonight we pray for those who are not here to pray for themselves. Let us all bow our heads in prayer. Oh God, we come to thee tonight with heavy hearts. We need you now. We call on you because we know that you are a powerful and mighty God. We need you in this hour. We need your healing power. We ask tonight for you to look down on us. Please, God, look down on America. Look down on New York. Look down on Washington. We ask your blessing be upon the President of the United States, the leaders of the Congress, and all of the members. God, if you will, bless all of our people. We ask, oh God, in a very special way for you to be with the families and the loved ones of the victims at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And with the families of those who perished in Pennsylvania. We pray tonight for the firefighters, the police officers, the doctors, the nurses, and all of the emergency medical personnel. We pray, O Lord, for our entire nation in this time of tremendous grief and despair. We call on you tonight, dear Lord, because there's no one else for us to call on. We turn to you tonight, for there's no one else for us to turn to in our hour of need. We ask that you continue to watch over America and shed thy grace on thee. We need thy help, O God, now, right now, more than ever before. Hear our prayer. We stand in need of your presence, O God. We are your people. We are your children. We are hurting. Our people are hurting. Our nation is hurting. Help us, oh God. See us through this storm and hold us in the palm of your powerful hands. Tonight, dear God, let there be peace in our world, peace in America, and peace in our hearts and soul. Oh God, we just want to do your will. Give us the strength. Give us the courage to be faithful to your calling. This is our quest. This is our plea. This is our hope. Oh God, this is our prayer. Amen.
Hurting, he makes so clear.
At 4 a.m. this morning, I was awakened by the stench of smoke from the fire still burning a mile away at the Pentagon. It made me feel sick and powerless, a feeling shared by many today. Only by turning to God Almighty will we have the wisdom and the strength we need in this great trial. Without God's Spirit dwelling within us, we are powerless. It is He from whom we derive all strength to console, to endure, to overcome evil, and to maintain our humanity in the faith of unfathomable inhumanity. And how do we gain this power? Only by asking God for His help. By opening our hearts can we receive God's grace and His all-powerful Spirit. God spoke in Jeremiah, "Call to me, and I will answer you, and show you great and mighty things which you do not know." God can show us the way, if we will but ask. We cannot explain what's happened. We don't have that capacity. Then how can we console those who've suffered so much through the loss of friends and loved ones? Yes, our hearts go out to them, but it's not enough for them or for us. The message again is to turn to God. He alone has the answers.
That is Senator John Kyle of Arizona there at the prayer vigil in New York, and we've clearly lost the feed to the Capitol building, a prayer vigil which the House and the Senate agreed they would hold tonight, held in the rotunda, as you could probably see, and not the end of the day by any means for the members of the House and the members of the Senate, or for any of the members of the political leadership in the country, but certainly a fitting end to the formal day in the U.S. Capitol today, where not too long ago, Senator Tom Daschle, the Democratic leader in the Senate, told us members still do in some ways feel vulnerable, as people do in many parts of the country. And our coverage of this is going to continue on ABC News throughout the night. But to end this rather unusually lengthy edition of World News Tonight, let us first and finally on this segment of the broadcast, provide you with some of the sights and the sounds of the day here and everywhere.
We've got a lot of heavy debris. We're really just on top of the pile. We can't even, just a lot of crevices and holes, things you can look down into. You really can't see. The visibility is real poor. A lot of smoke, a lot of heat coming off of the debris.
Here's my son with my little granddaughter.
My son is Lloyd Rosenberg. He worked for Cantor Fitzgerald in Tower 1 on the 102nd floor. And I'm begging the people that would know anything, please get in touch with me.
We just have in our head that he's unconscious. His ID is down in smoke right now, I guess, right? And that he's somewhere in a hospital unconscious or on Liberty Island. I mean, I refuse at this point to give up.
We found 2 Port Authority workers were trapped. We got one out alive about 1 o'clock this morning, and then we got another one out about 5:30 this morning.
Any more regulators? Got any more regulators? Non-rebreathers? I know 2 tanks.
The damage is incalculable. But, you know, 1 human life is worth more than all that damage put together.
We've been in hospitals all day since yesterday, so if anybody could help us, there he is again. Sean.
He started yesterday to work.
Yesterday was his first day back.
First day. And he don't come back no more to the house.
You know, we still have hope for them, but if they were up in the building with the size of that fall and the fire and the smoke, it doesn't look good for them.
And this building looks stable.
It's unstable.
No, guys, come on, you're right. Oh, shit. Keep the dogs here.
Walking out of here. Guys, coming over.
Well, I said that final collection of images from the day would be here, there, and everywhere. And of course, what I should have said was here in New York City and there at the Pentagon outside Washington, and of course at the crash site in Pennsylvania. That is here for everybody in the United States today. I hope in the last hour of this special edition of World News Tonight, we've been able to summarize the events of the day and bring you up to date with the investigation, with America's connections with the rest of the world, with the search which continues in New York and at the Pentagon as well. And at all 3 of those crime seats and in other places around the country, all of the investigative agencies of the United States are at work. And as you heard in the course of the last hour and you've heard today, there has been some progress made in identifying the terrorists on board the aircraft and perhaps at least getting for questioning people who may have been connected with them in the United States. So our coverage will continue, but for now, that is World News Tonight. Hello again, everybody. I'm Peter Jennings at ABC News headquarters in New York, and that is what it looks like by night. And our special report, which began just before 9 o'clock yesterday morning, continues. And our coverage of this crisis for the United States, and a crisis which has engulfed so many other people in so many other parts of the world in one way or the other, will continue. We said just a short while ago that the psychology of darkness clearly changes things on the ground in some respects, but it also makes it dramatically clear and actually more visible than it is sometimes in the daytime, the intensity of the search and rescue operation in Lower Manhattan as they move rubble so that the search for survivors can continue. And we and other news agencies and all sorts of agencies of government at all levels today have in some respects been conveyor belts for queries and for information, and certainly, as we said more than 24 hours ago, for the American people at large to gather, stay close by their television sets and their radios, of course, and share in the continuing investigation of not what happened here, because we all know, but why it happened here and who did it and who is going to survive it. So we continue. And first, I want to go to my colleague, ABC's Charles Gibson, who's also here at ABC News headquarters, to pick up on parts of the day we may have missed in the last couple of hours. Charlie?
Well, Peter, you've spent the last hour and a half in a special edition of World News Tonight trying to sum up where we stand. And for those who couldn't watch all of it, with some trepidation and a sense of inadequacy, I will try to sum it up in 2.5 minutes to try to get some sense of where we are. And there's a lot of places where you could start today. You could start with the investigation. You could start with the fact that there are some indications from Washington that the Pentagon was not the intended target of the plane that crashed there. But I think the proper place to start is right at the recovery zone around the World Trade Center, because as you have been pointing out in the last few minutes, there is the threat that another building could go down. There are actually two that they're worried about. One, Liberty Plaza. Somebody said there's a buckle in the building. It could go down. Others are saying they're really most worried about the Millennium Hotel. But we are in a situation where another building could go down in the World Trade Center site. So let's start there. Late this afternoon, there were the frightening indications that yet a fourth building might be near collapse in downtown Manhattan, another building structurally weakened by the collapse of the World Trade Towers. Touring the devastated site today, New York Mayor Rudolph Giuliani echoed the thoughts of every stunned American.
When you look up there and you don't see the World Trade Center, it's unbelievable.
One searcher poignantly said, "I never expected to see the World Trade Center go by me in the back of a truck." So far, 55 civilians have been confirmed dead, 1,700 injured, although the final toll is expected to go much, much higher, the final toll of casualties. Among those feared dead, 259 missing firemen, New York policemen, and Port Authority police, all heroes who risked their lives in the early minutes of the crisis.
The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war.
As for who is responsible, all leads seem to point to suspected terrorist Osama bin Laden. There was a startling announcement from Washington today that the Pentagon, which of course was hit by one of the hijacked jetliners, may not have been an intended target.
Our government has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets.
Each of the 4 planes hijacked, says Ashcroft, was taken over by between 3 and 6 hijackers armed with knives and box cutters. So far, there have been no suspects arrested, but many people have been detained, held as part of a spreading investigation. Police in riot gear searched a hotel in downtown Boston. Other police served search warrants on homes in Florida looking for information. Sadly, today, people gathered outside hospitals. Without a lot of hope, they were simply holding up pictures of missing loved ones on the slim, very slim chance someone had seen them.
She has 2 daughters. We haven't heard no response from her, nothing.
Amazingly, earlier today, several people were pulled out of the rubble of the World Trade Center alive. An inspiring sight also came today. People on the periphery of the World Trade Center site were applauding, cheering the rescuers. Just some of the snapshots that have made up this second day now after the tragedy, Peter.
Thank you, Charlie. I know you just can't summarize too often, and every time you do, for which we're grateful, we get another glimpse of both tragedy and of encouragement. And we've seen so many symbols today, so many examples today here in New York City and across the country, including that wonderful moment at the Pentagon when firefighters there unveiled an enormous American flag so that President Bush could see it. You've seen that kind of encouragement and patriotism all across the country today. We've had tremendous help in the last couple of days from Jerry Howard, who was with us again this evening. Jerry was the man who helped to set up the Office of Emergency Management for New York City without ever imagining in your wildest dreams that this is what it was going to have to deal with. And Jerry, can we just take some photographs of the scene? Because I think that one of the things that we have not done very well in the last few hours is to give people in other parts of the country a real geographical sense of what is happening down there. And Jerry, I know as you watch this, you keep saying, well, there is the Office of Emergency Management, which I set up and is part of rubble. So as we look down at this staging zone north of the World Trade Towers, where, for example, was the Office of Emergency Management, and where is One Liberty Plaza, which we're so concerned about collapsing at the moment?
Well, there, Peter, at both ends of the operation, the Office of Emergency Management, or 7 World Trade Center, was on the north side. The World Trade Center, the 2 towers sat in the middle, and the Millennium Hotel is to the east of the World Trade Center, and the tower that they're concerned about now, One Liberty Plaza, is just south. Here's, as you can see on that map, the 7 World Trade is the northern part looking up. As you look across to Jersey, One Liberty Plaza is to the south there. The concern now is for One Liberty Plaza. And you've got to set the stage by recognizing there's a very aggressive effort going on to try and find people at the site. They had the good fortune this morning of finding some people alive. These people are looking very aggressively for any signs of life, using cameras, using search dogs, listening devices. So they are going to be as aggressive as possible. And you again have to recognize that it's an extremely dangerous operation. They're picking through a lot of steel, a lot of twisted rubble. And now, to compound it, you have the potential danger of an additional collapse.
Can you tell exactly what what we're looking at right now? Do you know this particular structure? I
do not. I do not. That looks actually like the bridge across the way.
Across West Street.
I think that is the bridge across West Street. And I know from talking to folks today that the goal is to try and clear West Street and to try and clear a path.
Because it's very difficult to operate in this part of town. There is only one really main road, is there not? And that's the West Side Highway, which goes right past between the trade towers and the river.
Yeah, you either have to move debris either going north up the West Side Highway, or you have to move it going south down through the Battery Tunnel or around the tip of Manhattan. It's a little easier right now because all of lower Manhattan is shut down, so they're giving priority to the heavy equipment, to the dump trucks. The city has done an incredible job. It's staging equipment on Houston Street, which is north of the World Trade Center. And when one dump truck is filled, another one's in there. There is not a moment of downtime. They are moving very quickly to get as much debris out as possible. And at the same time, these rescue teams are operating in this dangerous environment, trying to find people.
Now, just for people in other parts of the country, remind them how close this is actually to Wall Street.
Well, this is literally the Millennium Hotel. If it were to fall to the east or fall away from the Trade Center, could in fact hit Wall Street. The debris could hit Wall Street, depending on which way it's leaning. And my understanding is it's leaning in towards the Trade Center. It's about a 25-story building. Wall Street is a block away, right on the other side of Broadway.
Now, there are a huge number of ambulances waiting all the time as part of the search and hopefully rescue operation. One Liberty Plaza and these other buildings in the immediate area have been evacuated.
Absolutely.
So there's nobody in One Liberty Plaza. What are it's the consequences of it falling on top of other debris, which is what causes you so much concern?
Sure. There's a couple of concerns. One, you have people operating underneath, trying to do rescues, trying to find victims, and you really have to be careful with your rescue operation and not put people in the collapse zone. We've already lost over 200 very, very brave people who were in the buildings trying to save lives. And lost their lives in the process. You want to do everything humanly possible not to let that happen again. So you have to establish a collapse zone around these buildings that are in danger of collapsing.
In other words, you can only search as long as the searchers are in a safe position and are able to search.
Right.
We're joined by ABC's John Miller again, who's been with us. And I heard the two of you talking a little earlier about the fact that the FBI is actually, John, operating out of a garage?
Yeah, the FBI left its headquarters at 26 Federal Plaza, the Federal Building in Lower Manhattan, a giant symbol of the government's might, a huge complex, and moved into a garage enclosed in a warehouse on the west side of Manhattan, assessing that their federal building had become yet another target for terrorists and that it would be better for them to operate off-site. And so they have set up a massive office, run hundreds of telephone lines into this cavernous concrete garage.
And now the Federal Emergency Management Administration Agency is going to move back into that building. So that building's in decent shape.
It is in decent shape. One of the reasons they moved out was because they had no gas, no water. They now have the fire department supplying water. They are trying to get the FEMA operation back into the building tonight. Last I talked with them, it looked like they would move some of the resources from New Jersey back into the building tonight. And they'll coordinate this operation from a federal level out of the federal building.
Okay, thanks, Jared. If you have time to stay with us, I'd be very grateful. As you watch them work on a site in which your office has been wiped out and for which you never actually could possibly plan. George Stephanopoulos is down in that part of town. George?
Yes, Peter, I'm here at Duane and Church Street, which is a little farther up than we were before from the World Trade Center. But if you look over my left shoulder, you can see One Liberty Plaza with 2 floors lit up quite high up. I'm not sure if the lights are preventing you from seeing it, but it's right over my left shoulder there. We've been told by 2 firefighters who just left the scene that search and rescue operations have resumed around the World Trade Center area. I'm not certain that they're right up at the One Liberty Plaza, but they have said that they are working away right now. I can add, when I was there earlier this afternoon, Peter, it was very clear that that building had taken some severe hits, but it didn't seem as severely damaged, say, as some of the buildings on the south side of the plaza. Finally, Peter, we have some additional information from 2 FBI agents who have confirmed that there's a gas leak near City Hall, which is also in this lower tip of Manhattan, a little further east, and then they are evacuating that neighborhood and moving people up to the north.
Okay, George Stephanopoulos, thank you very much. So people downtown just simply continue to be moved about. And you saw a vigil there with people holding candles. That's outside St. Vincent's Hospital, one of the hospitals that has been deeply involved in either treating people or waiting to treat people. There were 170 hospitals in New York City. And I think that Cynthia McFadden is down there at that candlelight vigil this evening. Cynthia?
Peter, we are here. This is a vigil that has started across the street from St. Vincent's Hospital. You'll see some of the people have, I don't see them now. In fact, the air is clearer right now, but for the last half hour or so, there has been an acrid electrical fire smoke in the air here. People are grabbing surgical masks, like the one I'm holding in my hand, to help them breathe. Some people are making makeshift masks. It has been extremely difficult to breathe. The fire department and rescue workers tell us that this is an electrical fire. They believe, although we hear confirmation of a gas leak as well. We're about a mile north of the Twin Towers here, but the wind has shifted in the last couple of hours. And so they have moved the rescue operation, the triage operation here inside. You'll see that while there were people out on the sidewalk all day, the bulk of the medical personnel have now moved inside. That is because of this acrid smoke and because of concerns about these health issues. I can confirm a new number, Peter. St. Vincent's Hospital has processed 604 patients through their emergency rooms, 449 here behind me, and then at other St. Vincent's hospitals around the city, the rest of the bulk of the patients. We have seen a stream of dump trucks, cranes, lights, generators heading behind me downtown. You'll see a couple coming down now, I think, as well as military personnel. We saw military police vehicles, Humvees, going downtown just a while ago.
Many thanks, Cynthia McFadden at St. Vincent's Hospital tonight, and she talks about the atmosphere down there at the moment. We're farther up the west side at ABC News headquarters, and you can smell what is happening downtown all the way up the west side. That may be the result of the wind shift. Now, let us turn now to the investigation of who may have done this and how much progress the various intelligence agencies in the nation may have made today. ABC's Pierre Thomas is with us in Washington. Pierre, bring us up to date, would you?
Well, Peter, I just had a very interesting conversation with a very senior government official who tells me that they're learning more information about the people who may have flown those planes into the World Trade Center and also the Pentagon. At least 2 of these people have been certified at that school, at this flight school in Vero Beach, Florida. And we're told by this particular source that they had been getting training there for more than a year. So this operation may have been developing for quite some time. Also, I'm being told that they're trying to find out when these men might have been recruited. Again, the operative figure in this may be Osama bin Laden.
Okay, thank you very much, Pierre. We'll come back to you in the course of the evening. Naturally, ABC's John Miller is with us. John, I know we've done it before, but give us an overall handle on the investigation as of, 8:20, 5:20 in the West.
Federal authorities now believe that there were between 3 and 6 hijackers on each plane. Right. They now believe they know the names of all of them, or at least the names or identities they were using. They have traced some of them backwards to rented cars, to hotels, to other states, and ultimately to Canada, possibly as a port of entry. 3 people, 2 men, 2 women, and a man are being held in Boston, not charged in any way in connection with this case, but being held for investigation of their immigration status. They were located coming out of the hotel room rented by one of the alleged hijackers. 2 more are being held in New Jersey. They were picked up last night. Federal authorities are now indicating while their immigration status is continuing to be examined, they are not panning out in all likelihood as suspects in this case. 3 were picked up on a train that was stopped by federal authorities in Providence, Rhode Island, also being investigated for their immigration status, not charged in this case, but being questioned about their associations with people who may have been involved in this case.
You made a very interesting point earlier today, I thought worth repeating, that in terms of men who intend to become members of a suicide mission, they're not or have not appeared today to be particularly concerned about what information or evidence or paper trail they left behind.
No, they did leave a trail behind. I mean, if you look at the Logan Airport leads, they had an argument with another motorist, which attracted attention. That led police to the car, which led the FBI to the hotel, which led them to the 3 people they're looking at now. One of the interesting things they found in that hotel room was a lot of luggage, more than it seemed to be appropriate for the 3 people they found, and hair dye, which now they're wondering if the people who were leaving were going to use to change their appearance so that they wouldn't look to other witnesses later how they looked to the witnesses who could identify them.
Was there talk about a training video in the trunk of the car? Is any confirmation of that?
Yes, in the automobile found at Logan Airport, a training video on how to fly a commercial aircraft. In luggage found at the airport, Arabic language training manuals for flying planes.
Thanks to our affiliate in Boston, WCVB, we actually have a picture of the car which they were taking away to search.
White Mitsubishi Mirage that they were keyed into by a witness who said he had an argument with them in the airport, apparently over parking space. Thought nothing of it at the time. Got to his destination, heard about the explosion, that one of the flights emanated from Boston, put some things together in his head, used his cell phone, and called the Massachusetts State Police and the FBI.
And I'm sorry, but I've forgotten precisely how many leads the Attorney General said they were following tonight, but I think he said a couple of thousand leads they were following. And there is a site on the web, at least, which the FBI has set up so that they can basically troll for information from any corner of the globe, which people may want to contribute to this.
They've set up what they call a massive lead bucket. They're using hotline numbers. They're using a website. They have 4,000 FBI agents assigned to the case, unprecedented number, backed up by 3,000 support people, non-agents in the analyst end, the scientific end, the intelligence end, and they are looking at the rented cars, the telephone bills from the residences that they've traced these people to. Who did they call? Who are those people? What are their connections? Videotapes from parking lots where they may have been. Videotapes that are around their homes and stores they might have been to, from receipts that they're looking at as a result of search warrants. They're really trying to retrace their last steps.
ABC's Brian Ross is also with us tonight, as he has been on various occasions during the day. I think, Brian, you could just add to this investigation knowledge, can you?
Yes, Peter. A very sharp focus is on the various flight schools around the country, from Florida to Minneapolis, where they, I believe, some of these terrorists may have obtained their knowledge of how to fly a plane, may have trained in simulators for advanced jets like the 757 or the 767. Any number of flight schools now have had visits from the FBI. There are connections to Minneapolis that are being explored tonight by the FBI, and throughout Florida, particularly around the Vero Beach area, as Pierre had reported earlier. That seems to be an intriguing focus for the FBI, the extent to which these men set out more than a year ago to obtain knowledge of how to fly a plane.
I talked earlier today to the CEO of Huffman Aviation, and he did point out that they learned how to fly small airplanes there and then moved on to schools, which I think people were probably fairly surprised to hear actually could give you training in 757s and 767s, the aircrafts involved in yesterday's crisis.
If you have enough money, you can rent the simulators for up to $2,000 an hour and actually learn. One school has a 16-day course to learn how to fly or to handle a 757 or a 767 if you have some sort of stated reason for doing that. That has been, from the very beginning, a very sharp focus that the list of suspects would include people specifically trained in how to fly a jetliner.
Okay.
We went on to the
Sorry, John, go ahead.
FAA's Airman site, which tracks and lists pilots' license, and found that two of the people that they were looking at as possible hijackers who had residences in Vero Beach around that school, who had been students there, went on to other schools. They were licensed pilots, rated for turbojets, and rated for instrument flying. So they had come a fairly long way. And remember, the type of flying that they had to do, the most difficult part, we were told, is taking off and landing, most difficult and dangerous.
Right.
They didn't have to take off, and they didn't have to consider landing. They had to master steering the aircraft, controlling the speed and altitude, and aiming.
Thanks, John Miller, and Brian Ross as well. We'll come back to this subject repeatedly. Let's go to Washington now, though, to see how this city has ended its day, and it has been a very busy day on, Claire Shipman is there at the White House now, on a single subject. I don't think any other business has been done today, do you?
No, absolutely not, Peter. Although, as a footnote, of course, the White House did reopen for public tours today, which shows that there might be some people thinking about something else, but certainly not very many. Starting at the Pentagon, we're told there are no hope of survivors at this point. A bit of good news, if you can even call it that, hopeful news, that the estimate, and again, I want to repeat, estimate of the number of victims there was scaled back throughout the day from what we thought at one point could be as many as 800 people, perhaps down to 100 or 200. But again, the defense secretary has made it plain that's an estimate, and he is hoping that it has gone that low. President Bush, as we said he wanted to do earlier today, did end up visiting the Pentagon. He left the White House and spent a little bit of time over there meeting and greeting rescue workers, and described himself as sad and angry, Peter.
Sad and angry, pretty much the way the country is. Thanks very much. Now let's go to a news conference being held by the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani.
Helped us in every way. The speaker, Shelley Silver, who's with us, the majority leader. We're going to need their help and their assistance, including the work they're going to do for us tomorrow in the special session. I can't express to the elected officials that are here the sense of strength and support that I feel for the people of the city, and having this bipartisan and very talented group of legislators and political leaders helping the people of the city that we all love and are joined together with that common love and common interest. Governor, thank you.
Thank you. Governor of New York, George Pataki.
Mayor, let me just again thank you for your leadership and the extraordinary efforts of you and your team. We are delighted to have so many of our Washington representatives and Director Albaugh here with us this afternoon. As I said earlier, within an hour of the incident, I'd spoken to both Senator Schumer and Senator Clinton, and they had said whatever we need from Washington, they would be there to do. We've spoken with the president and vice president a number of times since then, and we are very grateful for the support of the federal government. And Director Albaugh, we're delighted that you are here personally this evening to tour the site, to see what we saw earlier this evening, and to help us get through this. One of the things that the mayor and I learned under very tragic circumstances with TWA Flight 800 is that it's not just dealing with the victims, with the immediate crisis, with the health and safety concerns of those at the site. It's dealing with the families. It's dealing with the survivors, those who don't know if their loved one has been lost or not, those who don't know where to go for grief counseling or help. And earlier today, the state turned over the armory on 25th Street to the city, and the city has already moved in place its team so that family members can go there to the armory. The exact address is 68 Lexington Avenue and 25th Street and Lexington Avenue. It is open tonight. It will be open again tomorrow morning and continue to be open so that we will be able to have a central point where those families who have concerns can go, can be with other families, can be with professional grief counselors, and get the support that they need to get them through this tragedy. You know, there's no one in New York and there's no one in America whose heart hasn't been touched by this tragedy. But to those families, to those kids whose mother didn't come home, or those children whose fathers are unknown in their whereabouts, we have to be there for them. And Mayor, again, your team is doing a great job. More than 2,500 family members have gone through that center today. And we will have this up, we will have this running. And Director Albaugh has indicated that we will have federal grief counselors there as well. As the need arises, the city has it fully staffed. And
I'll just stay with the picture here for just a moment. But between the governor and the mayor, there is, in fact, Joe Albaugh, the director of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and he's come up here, obviously, to New York today. This is one of the very tight triangle of people who was responsible for getting George W. Bush elected, and he's now the head of FEMA, and he has been here in New York today, getting a lot of thanks from the governor of New York, Senator Schumer of New York, and just in a short while from now, we're going to have a chance to talk to Senator Clinton of New York, who is here as well, because there has been a very generous mood in the Senate today, an appropriately generous mood, one would many people in the country would believe, about giving assistance to New York, giving the city whatever it needs to get itself back on its feet. And it will not be long, given the sort of spirit of the time, and when people will begin to talk about rebuilding the Trade Center as at least as an issue. But we want to return to this issue of whether, I shouldn't say whether, but of what the spokesman for the president said today was that the White House was a target. ABC's Martha Raddatz has been investigating this. She's at the State Department tonight. Martha, just by way of background for folks, the president's press spokesman said today that the White House was a target of the aircraft, which ended up crashing into the Pentagon. Nobody quite understands what it is they have that led him to this conclusion. Can you add to this?
I can, Peter. Just a short time ago, I spoke to a senior official who has been in the highest level briefings. He told me what they saw was an airplane circling over the White House. The airplane that eventually hit the Pentagon, he said, was in a flight pattern over the White House that made them believe that the White House was indeed the target. I asked him what the fourth airplane was doing. There were rumors yesterday that the fourth airplane was also headed for Washington, D.C., and if he knew what the target of that airplane was, he said, I don't know, we don't know. There were a lot of targets. You're standing in one of them, he said.
So the speculation that it was the United Airlines flight that crashed in Pennsylvania may have been originally intended, or was originally trying to go to Washington under the direction of terrorists. That is still pretty much an issue which we don't understand.
That's true. We don't understand that. They do believe it was headed for Washington, D.C., but they're not certain about that. But again, they believe that that airplane that eventually hit the Pentagon was first targeting the White House. He said they don't know why it went back off course and headed for the Pentagon, but he said after it circled around the White House, it suddenly turned and then went into the Pentagon.
Okay, thanks very much, Martha Raddatz at the State Department tonight. And of course, one of the ways we shall be able to figure that out is looking, as we did yesterday, at some of the flight patterns of at least one of the aircraft and what its behavior was after it left Boston. So we shall work on that this evening. But let's go downtown in Manhattan at the moment to ABC's Bill Blakemore.
Peter, we've just been watching the police and volunteer doctors evacuate this very tall building next to us, 40 stories high. They say because the air down here has become so bad that they're having to make sure that elderly people, people with breathing problems, there was a number in this building, are taken up to public shelters. The doctors told me that they're trying to get the word out that anybody who lives in Lower Manhattan should not use their air conditioners because that sucks in air from outside and does not necessarily filter out the asbestos. People should close their windows if they live down here at the very least, and that everybody should take the public health warnings that have been given by doctors groups today about this air very seriously. They say that meters have shown there's a serious asbestos content in this air from the fire and the dust in the wreckage behind us.
Okay, Bill, thanks very much. ABC's Bill Blakemore in Lower Manhattan, and he wouldn't put that up, I think, to his mouth and his nose if it were not needed. And we've seen a lot of people, though it's very interesting to see the people at St. Vincent Hospital down there tonight, some of them without those masks, and they will be necessary for people. And we are many, 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 many blocks away from Lower Manhattan, even though we're on the west side. And you can smell it a little bit in this building. You can smell the results of that crisis center in Lower New York, a very long distance up the west side, as we all are along the edges of the Hudson River. We've talked many times today about the search for the victims. You've seen pictures tonight of people coming with simple photographs of their relatives and just stood outside St. Vincent's Hospital in one case, holding up the pictures in the hope, and sometimes we believe it may be the faint hope, that somebody will have seen a member of their family. And we saw any number of incidents yesterday. We followed a young girl and her sister yesterday as they went in search of their father and ultimately found him. And so in that sort of visible desperation tonight, you get some sense of the anxiety that people feel. Now, some people who have lost their lives in this attack on the United States, either on the aircraft or in the Pentagon or in the trade towers here in New York City, are known to all Americans. Everything is a personal story. Everything is a meaningful story. But some of the victims of this are known to a wider audience. Here's ABC's Jackie Judd.
Minutes before the United plane went down in Pennsylvania, Fort Myers, Florida police officer Lauren Lyle's phone rang. It was his wife, Cece, an attendant on Flight 93.
To hear my wife tell me she loved me through all the chaos that probably was going on that plane. To call me to tell me she loved me, well, is embedded in my heart.
Cece Lyles also had two sons. The plane that slammed into the Pentagon yesterday carried heartbreak for families all around Washington. 3 children and their teachers, selected to take part in a National Geographic ecology conference, were on board. Hilda Taylor taught elementary school.
She was the best 6th grade teacher ever.
Also on board, a family of 4 beginning a journey to Australia, where Leslie Whittington, a Georgetown University professor, was going to teach.
She sure as hell touched me. She was an energetic, powerful, dynamic, strong-willed, passionate, caring lady with a dynamite sense of humor and love of life. And God, she is a loss to humanity.
A flight attendant on board, Michelle Heidenberger, died, her family said, a hero, putting her passengers and crew first.
Michelle is or was a very sweet woman and has 2 children.
At the Pentagon, an office now in ruins was where Rosemary Chapa worked as an intelligence analyst. Minutes before impact, she had called her daughter and left a message.
She just said, "Hi, darling, give me a call." That was it.
Rosemary Chapa has not been heard from since. The Archbishop of Washington said today his family has not heard from Michael Lynch, a New York City firefighter.
Then he apparently went in early, one of those companies that went in early, and I guess he must have been in the building when it collapsed.
Archbishop McCarrick says he was supposed to preside at his cousin's wedding later this year. Also in New York, the victim's number, John Oganowski, a father of 3, the pilot of Flight 11.
It's hard to explain losing
your big brother.
There are, of course, many, many more victims. Today, the airlines released the flight manifests with the names of the passengers, the pilots, the flight attendants on all 4 doomed airplanes. Jackie Judd, ABC News, Washington.
As ABC, beg your pardon, as people try to make these connections, as people continue to search for their families, we know and have said before how hard it is on the children. We've talked to several people today who emphasize how important it is to talk to children about this, but to keep children removed from the violence if you can, if they're particularly young. Here's a report on the state of the children from ABC's Michelle Norris.
For America's youngest citizens, yesterday's events were particularly horrifying. For students, their sense of security shattered by terror striking so close to home.
All these hijackings, missing planes, it's scary.
It's scary. I don't know what can happen.
I'm angry at the nation. I think somebody isn't doing their job.
With Washington still reeling from yesterday's attack on the Pentagon, all area schools made a collective decision. Children should stay home from class and spend the day with loved ones instead.
I feel a little better because I'm with my family and I feel that I'm protected.
It was kind of hard to explain to her what an act of terrorism is. It's not that it was an accident.
But it is especially hard to provide an explanation that makes sense to students who live in areas targeted by the terrorists. The buildings, places they had visited quite often. Among the victims, people they knew and loved.
He was a good friend.
I just put my head on the desk and that's when I looked up and some people was crying.
There will be heavy hearts and empty desks when students return to schools here in Washington tomorrow morning. 3 DC teachers and 3 top students were on the plane that crashed into the Pentagon.
What about the things that people saw?
You go to sleep at night feeling really guilty and feeling like you should be there doing something about it.
I have to wonder what would make a person hate a nation so much that they'll go and kill all these people.
Children should know that this country has been through many attacks over many hundreds of years, and that we have survived and we grow stronger, and that they are safer here than anywhere in the world.
But as the wreckage still smolders and the casualties mount, conveying that sense of safety and security will be a tough assignment for schools and for parents. Michelle Norris, ABC News, Washington.
There is the implication in one of the participants in that piece that a nation is made stronger by being tested. And of course, whether it is here in New York or in Pennsylvania tonight or at the Pentagon, this is all about individuals. Here's ABC's Chris Wallace.
On this day after Navy Petty Officer Charles Lewis was being treated in a Virginia hospital for smoke inhalation and lacerations, but he knew it could have been much worse. At 9:30 yesterday morning, he was in the Navy Command Center in the Pentagon, watching pictures of the attack on the World Trade Center.
There were a lot of people standing around watching the news footage and watching the live broadcast and just thinking, if that happened there, I mean, there's no telling, what's next.
10 minutes later, Lewis says he was in a meeting on the first floor deep inside the building, in Corridor 4 between the B and C rings.
The next thing you heard behind us was an explosion. And it sounded like a big gust of wind. And it just slammed straight in the back of us. It was just pitch black. And all you heard was people screaming for help. All you heard was walls falling, just the whole room, everything just coming down on top of us.
What was the smoke like?
It was black. It was almost like tar. It's like the fumes were just heavy, and they just lingered there in your chest, just like your chest and your throat. Felt like it was just burning.
Lewis says he was trapped for 15 to 20 minutes before emergency teams rescued him. He knows one of the other people in the room was also safe, but he still doesn't know what happened to the third person.
When you were sitting there in that room, trapped, thick, black, acrid smoke, did you think this might be it?
For a minute, yeah. I thought that was it. I thought about my kids. I thought about my family, I wanted to see my kids and my family again.
Lewis has been in the Navy for 12 years and saw combat in the Gulf War. But he says this is the most danger he's ever been in.
Do you feel that what you experienced yesterday was combat?
Yeah, I do. I feel it. I mean, it was a deliberate act, and deliberate act of terrorism.
Another individual story, and of course everybody believes it was a deliberate act of terrorism, and the president said today that the country is clearly, this is an act of war, and the implications of that are extraordinarily serious for the United States, and everybody knows that throughout the United States today, everybody is hoping and praying that the person and or persons or person of persons and government or governments responsible for this, complicit in any way, will be identified very quickly. And as you heard from the Attorney General, there's a huge investigation going on tonight. I realize as we continue our coverage on a full-time basis like this that we repeat much of the information that you will have heard before if you've been around for the entire time. We also recognize that people get on with their lives and come and go, and so we keep revisiting our key correspondents and our key locations to simply bring us and you hopefully up to date, which takes us back to the Pentagon. John McCarthy, I think in some ways the most significant piece of news out of the Pentagon today, at least to my ears and perhaps others, is the fact that not as many people perished as had been bandied about last night.
Well, the numbers are still very squishy, Peter, because they're discovering not only do they have to account for the military personnel and the civilian personnel, but what about visitors? What about the workers who work in this building doing the reconstruction of it? Those are people that they hadn't thought about, and they are still searching for answers to that. But it does appear somewhere between 100 and 150 people died in the Pentagon situation here. That is the number that the range of number that they are now focusing on.
Now, we've done it before, I know,
Sorry,
but
guys,
review
we'll take
for
a
us,
break
if you
for a
would,
minute.
the
We'll come
president's
back to
visit to
this.
the Pentagon today.